Chapter 1045. Squatting a corpse was a technical job. In order to protect the young hearts of the players, there were many ways for the players to choose from. They could revive on the spot, revive in the nearest city or vehicle, revive in specially bound coordinates, and even go offline without reviving. At the same time, they could only revive at most 10 times every 6 days in Galaxy, so it was very difficult to squat. In his previous life, Han Xiao was fine even though he was reckless, and this was largely due to this method of revival. However, even with such a harsh prerequisite, the players still enjoyed squatting corpses. The more common methods were kidnapping, forced landing, and so on. When the players were in combat mode, there was a limit to going offline, and there was a punishment for forcefully quitting. Thus, kidnapping was derived, bringing the target to the nearest revival location and surrounding them. Forcing a vehicle to land was the same, making the target revive in the same spot or in the nearest vehicle. However, none of these methods could completely solve the revival mechanism, and the difficulty was very high. Even if all the locations were blocked, the target would still need to cooperate and not go offline. Therefore, in the end, there was only one prerequisite for squatting corpses, and that was the other party's head. From the ID, "What can you do about me?" Han Xiao could feel an unruly and reckless aura that could not be hidden. It was like a firefly in the dark, so bright and so outstanding. In the post, this "What can you do about me?" was an army player, and he described his experience in detail. "Just now, I was carrying out a solo errand mission in the free competition zone and came to a transit planet. I met a group of unfamiliar players from other organizations. When they saw me, they took the initiative to attack me without saying anything and beat me to death. I asked them why, and they actually said that they just didn't like me. I don't know about the others, but I couldn't take it, so I directly revived on the spot and fought them head on. This group of people is really King annoying. They really squatted and killed me over and over again, killing all my revivals for today. They even privately messaged me and mocked me. CK. I was eating hot pot and singing when I was suddenly beaten up. Who did I offend? I've already posted the IDs of these bastards. Today, I'm going all out. Fans of China, everyone is my father today. With one arrow, thousands of troops will come and meet me. Please respond to my call and help me send my regards to their families. Let these bastards enjoy the baptism of positive energy." Han Xiao glanced at them. These IDs were obviously American players, and they were all demons. He scrolled down to read the replies and realized that the post had become a sea of joy. "Whip on the horse. I'm shocked. Grumpy old bro is recognizing his father on the spot Sigma. Degree winky face. Human pile driver. I was bullied. I'll help you vent your anger. Heartless Iron Lady. 30-year-old keyboard warrior requesting to join the battle. My good brother can't take it anymore. I'm just having fun watching foreigners scold each other. If they really want to learn how to scold others, it's up to us. Can't think of a funny ID. We're the first few monsters. I thought they were looking at Little Uncle. Why are there so many literati in this game?" Other than these replies, there were also some army players who were also complaining. There were quite a few who had the same experience. However, not everyone was so stubborn. Most of them were only attacked by players from other organizations without warning. Furthermore, their opponents were not only the Americans, but also players from other countries. Furthermore, not all of them were guild members. It was as if they were specifically hunting the army players. Han Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he thought about the reason. It was probably because of the butterfly effect. In his previous life, there was no Black Star Corps, and everyone was scattered. However, the Black Star Corps was currently the largest faction among the players. From the reactions of the players, this most likely had nothing to do with the NPC organizations. It was completely the actions of some players. It could be that some people were hostile to the army players, or it could be that the large foreign guilds were secretly working together. Currently, tens of millions of players were flocking to the flickering world and stepping onto the stage of the universe, which attracted the attention of the various organizations. Tens of millions of people were just a drop in the ocean to a star field, but if it was a group of immortal grade B supers, it was a force that could not be easily ignored. As part of the ecology of the universe, the actions of the players would affect others. Han Zhao's intelligence network reported that more and more organizations were beginning to delve into the characteristics of the players, and more people were trying to make use of the players. The three universal civilizations had also put the recruitment and research of the players on the agenda. The Black Star Corps, which the foreign players wanted to join at all costs, also received more attention. Many organizations were very curious about the source of Black Star's influence among the immortals. Although the Black Star was indeed very famous, they did not understand why the first choice of so many immortals was the Black Star Corps. However, there were also many players who went to other factions. Therefore, although the situation of the Black Star Corps was concerning, it was not that exaggerated. If they really took all the players into their faction, the dynasty would probably come knocking on their door the next day to question them. The other organizations did not target the army, but the players who joined them came to cause trouble first. Han Xiao carefully read all the replies and found that the ones who hunted the army players the most were the American, Japanese, and Korean players. While the other party attacked the army players, they also tried their best to avoid killing the army warriors. It was obvious that they were specifically targeting the players. He suddenly thought of something and searched the forums again. Sure enough, he found some anonymous posts that were blocked because of their words. It was a group of players from the other organizations showing off that they had killed the army players and said that they were targeting the Black Star Corps. Furthermore, they were very arrogant and looked down on the Chinese players by name. Interesting. So this is the method. Han Xiao finally understood the cause and effect, and his eyes narrowed. He was not unfamiliar with this method. It had also happened among the players in his previous life, and it had also appeared in version 4.0. This was a very insidious method, and the people behind it were definitely the big clubs. The method was to secretly organize a group of local players to hunt down the players of the target faction and then ridicule them on the forums, provoking the anger of the players of the target faction and provoking a war of words. Then, they would secretly lead the conversation to race, country, and region discrimination, igniting hatred. The goal of this was to use the method of establishing hatred to manipulate the inclination of the local players to choose a faction. The explanation was very simple. This was because the players that the clubs of the various countries could control were only their employees and some peripheral players. The normal players of the country made up the largest group, and their actions were not controlled by the clubs. Therefore, in his previous life, someone came up with an insidious method to provoke hatred between countries to influence the inclination of the normal players to choose a faction. For example, if a faction had 1 million players, with 800,000 Chinese players being the majority and 200,000 normal American players, then the American clubs would hunt down the Chinese players and taunt them, leading the Chinese players to curse at them. Then, they would do a double act to fan the flames and change the topic to hatred between different countries. This way, the 200,000 normal American players of the faction would be unhappy and would be dragged into the war of words. Then, the clubs would continue to fan the flames and create opposition. The result would be that a considerable portion of the 200,000 Americans would leave the faction due to their anger towards the Chinese players. Then, more normal American players would be angered by this war of words, and the number of Americans joining the faction would decrease significantly. This was an important method that the big clubs secretly used to manipulate the inclination of the normal players of the country. They would create hatred, use hatred, and increase the cohesion of the local players. The reason for this was very simple. The clubs did not want the local players to work for the factions that the clubs of other countries were in. They only wanted the normal players to work for their own faction. When there were more players in the same faction, the competition for the normal players would become greater. However, to the clubs, the local players represented cheap labor. When they came to their faction, whether it was for normal development or for national wars, as long as the clubs raised their arms, the normal players would respond and become free fighters. Normal players wanted to experience the game easily, and the professional players were also worthy of respect. However, the clubs and official guilds were commercial organizations. Their goal was to obtain rankings and profits in the Pro League. Therefore, after version 4, Zero was released in his previous life. The clubs led by the Americans began to use all kinds of dirty tricks to control the fans, causing the environment of the forums to deteriorate to a certain extent. This weakened the mainstream factions of the clubs of other countries, and in turn strengthened themselves. To put it simply, they were stealing leaks. Only a few clubs of other countries did not follow suit, and China was one of them. In his previous life, China was very powerful in real life. In addition to some historical factors, they were often discriminated against by some idiots in other countries. Therefore, they were very cohesive. Now, most of the Chinese players were in the Black Star Corps, so there was even less of a need to use such dirty tricks. TSK. The first time this trick appeared, it was against me. Moreover, it was the clubs of many countries working together. Han Xiao thought about it and understood what these clubs were thinking. It was just that there were too many foreign players entering the Black Star Corps, and some of the foreign clubs did not want the size of the army to continue expanding. Otherwise, the army would have too much of an advantage in the faction competition. Not only would it suppress the development space of the other factions, but it would also allow the Chinese clubs to pick up a wave of labor for free. To the foreign clubs, this was equivalent to helping the enemy. Even during a national war, the normal players of these countries might not respond to the call due to faction restrictions. As expected, because the army is too outstanding, the Chinese clubs have become the target of public criticism. Although those foreign clubs are not targeting me personally, if they continue doing this, my league field might shrink. After understanding this point, Han Xiao did not panic at all. Instead, he laughed. Isn't this a good opportunity for me to increase the sense of belonging of the army's newcomers? The reason why the Horde and Alliance were so cohesive was because of the background story and game settings. But the more direct reason was because the players of the two factions were fighting each other. Setting up a target was a good way to quickly increase the cohesiveness of the group. Discrimination that involves real-life factors is an internal problem of the players. With my current identity, I really can't deal with it. However, I can target the main factions that the foreign clubs are in. You guys control the country. I'll control the faction. When the foreign clubs organize people to hunt down the army players, it's basically a matter of love. The faction will not give any rewards. So in their eyes, this is only an internal matter of the players. Then, if I issue a bounty mission, and as long as the army players kill the players of your faction, I'll give them a reward. From the perspective of faction policies, the army players will be able to get rid of their passivity and organize a targeted counterattack. Then what will happen? At that time, even the normal players of the club countries will happily go and F***CK you up. With the few people that the club secretly hired, how can they compare to the 8 million warriors of the army? If you play dirty, I'll kill you. Hee. Since you guys don't want to focus on your development and can't stand the loneliness, playing these dirty tricks all day long, let me add fuel to the fire and make your careers even more prosperous. With that in mind, Han Xiao smirked. He sat up from the lazy god's seat, opened the faction interface, and started to draft the bounty mission. At the same time, in an encrypted player chat channel, the executives of the professional club guilds of many countries were online. Among them were America's Devil Club and Key Club, Japan's Hydra, Amaterasu, and Werewolf Club, Korea's Kimchi, Samsung Bomb Club, Italy's Classic and Pizza Club, Southeast Asia's Red Bay, Archipelago, Titan Club, and so on. It could be said that more than half of the regulars of the international arena were in the channel. At this time, the topic that these club executives were discussing was related to the Black Star Corps. Just as Han Xiao expected, as more and more players from various countries jumped ship to the Black Star Corps, these guilds that did not plan to change factions could not sit still anymore. They secretly worked together to curb the expanding player population of the Black Star Corps. The people we've organized are acting according to plan. We're still preparing for public opinion, and the players' emotions still need to be brewed, the American Key Club executive said. The conditions are actually in our favor. China has won the Pro League consecutively, and this is their pride. They naturally have a sense of superiority, so we can influence public opinion and let the Chinese players talk about us. We can then make the normal players of various countries deliberately target us because our team's results are not good. We can let the Chinese players mock us. This way, we can attract hatred. Actually, this method is quite easy to see through. People nowadays are very smart. Don't worry, players will be players. As long as they get carried away, the cause is not important. The Pro League is a very good entry point. It's easy to influence their emotions. Let's hope it works. We belong to different factions, and the biggest threat now is the Black Star Corps. There are just too many players there. If we don't weaken them, the advantage of the Chinese clubs will be too scary. It's best to isolate them this time. Many of the executives discussed at once. As for the attitude of the Black Star Corps, it was not within their consideration at all. To them, this was a matter between the players, and the NPC faction was just a decoration. Chapter 1046. There's a problem with the computer for Godly Mechanic. The update today won't be available before 12. It's in the middle of the update. Please wait for a moment. After the update, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1047. I'll F** King burn your dreams. In the hall of the base outside Black Star Palace, an angry roar suddenly sounded from the bottom of his heart. A white pillar of light lit up and quickly turned into an army player who was revived. His ID was Under Flying Clouds, clearly from China. There were many players walking in and out of the hall. Hearing this loud roar, they all turned around and looked at Under Flying Clouds. His chest was rising and falling rapidly, and his face was filled with anger. "What's wrong, Big Chest? Why are you so angry? Who did it?" An old player who was passing by was not surprised. "I just got squatted by a bunch of foreigners, and they even mocked me. This is the third time." Under Flying Clouds was furious. "Sigh, it's already the world server in version 4.0, and there are players from other factions everywhere. It's not like the previous versions when we were in the Shattered Star Ring. You have to be careful when you're outside," the old player said casually, shook his head, and walked away. Under Flying Clouds did not look too good. He was a new player who had only entered the game in version 3.0. He liked to relax and did not like to PK. In the previous version, the world server had not been opened yet. As an army player, he was basically on the same side when he was outside and would rarely be attacked by other players. Thus, he played very comfortably. Now, he did not have the safety experience of the previous version. He had been maliciously disturbed by players from other organizations many times when he was doing missions. The huge difference between the two versions made him feel very uncomfortable, and he felt that his gaming experience had plummeted. He turned around and glanced around. There were players with foreign IDs scattered around. Most of them were new players who had just joined the army recently. Among them, there was a small group of people who deliberately scanned the army players coming and going, looking at him from time to time. This kind of behavior was most likely a spy sent by the foreign guilds. There have been so many squatting incidents recently. It's probably the fault of these spies. My whereabouts were leaked by them, causing me to be squatted. Under Flying Clouds felt that he had guessed correctly and was furious. He did not like the foreign players who had just joined the army. Many Chinese players had the same thoughts as him. In the previous versions, they had played so comfortably, and everyone was Chinese. However, with the addition of this group of foreigners, they had no choice but to be on guard. The internal environment had deteriorated, and many of them were tired of playing. Beneath the Flying Cloud was a new player from the previous version. He did not have deep feelings for the army like the veteran players, nor did he invest too much time and energy in the army. At this time, he could not help but think of changing factions. "I really don't want to be squatted again. It really affects my mood." Just as he was thinking about this, the communicators of every player in the hall suddenly rang at the same time. The players who were walking around glanced at each other in surprise before stopping and lowering their heads to check the messages. Under the Flying Cloud also took out his communicator. Taking a closer look, it was actually an announcement from the Army's internal program. Furthermore, there were 3 announcements in a row. Army Announcement 1. Rookie Preferential Treatment Policy to all the warriors of the Army. Now that the Flickering World is being developed, we have recently recruited many new warriors from other star fields. In order to allow the new members to integrate into the Army quickly, we hereby re-implement the policy of supporting the new members. When the veteran members bring the new members to carry out missions, both sides will have additional benefits. The Army will give a certain amount of subsidies, which are not limited to ANAs, contribution points, ammo replenishment, free strengthening or repair opportunities, and other benefits. For more details, please see Appendix, Benefits Description, Collapse/Expand. I hope that everyone will actively help the new members. No matter which star field you come from, as long as you join the Black Star Corps, we will all be able to entrust our backs to you. Army Commander Black Star. So, this is the policy. Under the Flying Cloud was moved. In the previous version, the Army had recruited a bunch of Russian and Australian players from the Constellation Corridor. At that time, they had announced a similar policy and implemented it for a period of time. After the results were achieved, this benefit plan was temporarily frozen. The effect of this plan had been proven in the previous version. This benefit had aroused the enthusiasm of the veteran players to bring the new members, quickly closing the distance between the old and the new members, encouraging them to make friends and not to play on their own. This allowed the Russian and Australian players from the previous version to quickly integrate into the Army. Now, the Russian and Australian players in the Army were different from the foreigners who had recently joined. They were more harmonious with the Chinese players. The reason Han Xiao proposed this new plan was to allow the ordinary players from the various countries to quickly integrate into the Army and feel the warmth of the veteran players, eliminating the estrangement caused by the unfamiliarity as much as possible. Under the Flying Cloud was not surprised by this announcement, but he was a little unhappy. Now that so many veteran players were being squatted, the Army actually wanted them to bring the new members. Although spies only made up a very small portion, he could not help but vent his anger on the entire group of new members. Therefore, in his eyes, this plan was like helping the people who bullied him when he was being bullied. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This is too much. Under the Flying Cloud knew that this could not be blamed on the NPCs, but he could not help but feel angry. However, the next moment, he saw the other two announcements and was stunned. His eyes widened in shock. Army Announcement 2. Warning list of organizations recently. A large number of immortals in the Army have reported to the upper echelons that they were attacked by the immortals of other organizations for no reason during their missions. After a detailed investigation, the Army has found that the situation is true and has confirmed which organizations are deliberately targeting the members of the Army. The details can be seen in Appendix. List of organizations, Collapse/Expand. Although the immortals are not afraid of death, I regard the actions of these organizations as a provocation to the Black Star Corps. Here, I issue a public warning to these organizations to restrain your immortal subordinates. Otherwise, I will take it as a declaration of war. Don't blame me for personally coming to have a chat with you. Therefore, the organizations mentioned in the list, please treat this matter seriously. I will keep an eye on Army Commander Black Star. Army Announcement 3. Counterattack permit before these organizations restrain their subordinates and put an end to the incidents of our immortals being attacked. We will take counterattack measures. I hereby inform all the immortals in the Army that you can take targeted revenge against the immortals of the above organizations. Targets are only limited to immortals. Taking a beating without fighting back is not our style. In order to encourage this behavior, the Army will provide additional subsidies, not limited to ANAs, special materials, and contribution points. Please see Appendix, List of Rewards, Collapse/Expand. Repeated kills will allow you to receive rewards multiple times. You will need to use the Phillips subroutine to upload the recording of each battle in exchange for rewards. The recording of the same kill will not pass review. At the same time, for some of the repeat offenders who have attacked the members of the Army multiple times, the Army will issue a kill order. Every time you kill a designated wanted person, you will be able to exchange for special rewards. Please see Appendix, List of Wanted Persons, Collapse/Expand. Everyone, remember, anyone who offends the Black Star Corps will be killed no matter how far away Black Star is. Just as Under the Flying Clouds finished reading the two announcements, there was an uproar all around. Many players instantly became excited. Damn, what's this? The army is actually taking action. The PK between players will also cause a faction change. Haha, those stupid dogs. Are they deliberately waiting for us? Do they think our identity as members of the army is given for free? So this is the feeling of having a backer. Nice. The army commander is still the most domineering. Look, directly warning the faction. How impressive. The recent frequent mockery of corpses made many army players angry. However, since there was no one to organize them, they could only take care of themselves and pray that they would not encounter any malicious players from the other factions. However, now, the Black Star Corps directly issued a faction announcement. The wording was very domineering, indicating that they could retaliate against the other factions. This attitude made many army players feel very comfortable, especially with the rewards for killing the players from these factions. Everyone was instantly motivated. These three announcements that Han Shao issued were a full-blown attack. First, he used the Black Star Corps to suppress others and warn the factions of these troublesome clubs so that their factions would drag them down. Secondly, he gave them permission to retaliate. Mobilizing all the players in the army to hunt down the players from these factions would not only help them vent their anger and increase the sense of identity of the army players, but it would also allow the old players to fight side by side with the new players. Furthermore, by dragging the new players from the various countries into the water and tying them together, it would be much more difficult for the foreign clubs to provoke discrimination. However, the normal players from your own countries are also doing the same to you. If you have the guts, do the same to them too. The clubs that were causing trouble had limited manpower. To the army players, this was just a little annoying. However, if all the army players turned around and hunted down the players from these factions, it would be enough to make the other factions doubt their lives. This way, a portion of the normal players from these factions would not be able to bear the harassment and would choose to change factions. This would, in turn, weaken the size of the players from these factions and expand their leak fields. Thirdly, he would issue an internal bounty on some of the enemy players who were causing trouble so that more people would see the consequences of provoking the army. This would reduce the number of players causing trouble together and reduce the manpower available to these clubs as much as possible. Under the Flying Clouds was overjoyed. He turned around and saw that many players who seemed to be spies had stiff faces. Seeing this, Under the Flying Clouds only felt that all the pent-up anger was vented out. He felt refreshed, and his sense of identity with the faction increased by +1. Haha, this is the cycle of the heavens. Who will Black Star spare? Under the Flying Cloud laughed out loud, his mood surging. He was a normal casual player, but at this moment, he could not wait to form a team to slay someone. From today onwards, Black Star is my big brother. I will fight whoever dares to mess with the army. As soon as the 3 announcements from the Black Star Corps were released, a storm was set off among the players. The players were no stranger to this type of mission. Was this not a faction war? The army players were in a frenzy. Many of them did not even bother with the normal missions and excitedly formed teams to go to the factions on the list. The Black Star Corps was currently the first organization in the flickering world to release a faction war mission. In the memories of the army players, when some people jumped over to the Bloodshed Land in the previous version, the army had also released a similar bounty order. However, compared to this, it was nothing. This was a large group PvP with millions of players. Players were more prone to trouble than NPCs. They could skip the missions, but how could they miss such a grand event? Be it the old players or the new players, their passion was ignited. This was especially so for the new players who had just joined recently. They were even more enthusiastic than the Chinese players. Many of them had jumped over from these factions and were familiar with the structure of the organizations. When it came to fighting their own people, they were faster than anyone else. Many of the old players were willing to bring 1 or 2 of these guides. These enemy factions that Han Shao had listed were all organizations that worked for the various clubs. They came from different star fields and were not particularly strong. In the flickering world, it was even more impossible for them to be compared to Black Star. Therefore, facing the warning from the Black Star Corps, most of these organizations were stunned. What's going on? Why are you warning us? Did we offend you, Black Star? After investigating, these organizations realized the truth and were instantly enraged. They clearly had no intention of targeting the Black Star Corps, but some of the immortals under their command had acted on their own initiative and caused such trouble. It was like they were sitting at home, but trouble fell from the sky. Most of the organizations quickly responded to the warning from the Black Star Corps and hurriedly publicly expressed to Han Shao that this was not their intention and that it was all a bunch of crazy subordinates. They had no intention of becoming enemies with the army, so please don't come and have a heart-to-heart talk with them. Their weak hearts could not take such a surprise. Internally, these organizations strictly controlled the actions of the immortals and made it clear that without their orders, they were not allowed to provoke the Black Star Corps. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. They also punished some of the troublemakers. In terms of interface reaction, the punished players would lose a lot of faction contribution points and character favorability. However, a small group of organizations had a clearer way of thinking. Considering the special reputation of the Black Star Corps among the immortals, they slapped their thighs and came to a conclusion. Spies. These troublemakers are all spies sent by the Black Star Corps. It must be the Black Star Corps who wants to eat us, so they deliberately sent spies to cause trouble and use this as a reason to attack us. This group of little smarts was even more terrified and expressed that they would not fall for it. There were also a very small number of organizations that had a more fresh and refined way of thinking. They thought that this was a framing and that these troublemakers were neither their people nor Black Star's people, but a third party. Their goal was to cause a conflict between them and the Black Star Corps. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fought, the fishermen would benefit. Anyway, regardless of whether this was the truth or not, this group of organizations insisted that this was the truth. And as the Limitless Financial Group, which was currently the most enthusiastic about recruiting players, became the best target to shift the blame to. Seeing this news, Sorokin was completely confused. There's nothing wrong with it. I do have such a plan, but I haven't even started to implement it yet. Is this what it means to predict the future? Han Zhao's 3 announcements stirred up a storm and directly threw the entire world server's player base into chaos. And this group of foreign clubs that caused trouble were directly stunned by Han Zhao's 3 axes. No, we players love and kill each other. So why is your NPC faction the one that has the biggest reaction? We only attacked your immortal team, and you directly made a big deal out of it. Do you have any shame? Their plan had just started, and it was already heavily damaged and almost ended prematurely. In this situation, even if the plan could still continue, it would be far from achieving the expected results. These club executives were at their wits' end. If they really fought a faction war, they would not feel that they were at a loss. With so many factions combined, even if they could not defeat the Black Star Corps players, they could still fight back and forth. It just so happened that they could use the faction war to strengthen the normal players in their faction. However, the faction they belonged to was directly terrified. Not only did they not fight back, but they also restrained the players under them. The higher-ups were not allowed to fight back, so the faction war could not break out at all. They were completely passive. The Black Star Corps encouraged the players and even issued a faction mission. Not only did their faction not reward them, but they also dragged them down. The contrast between the good and bad factions was too stark. They knew that being bullied like this, the normal players in their faction would probably feel bitterly disappointed. Maybe some people would follow the truth of joining if they could not win and directly jump to the Black Star Corps to fight them back. They had originally planned well, but they did not expect such an unexpected accident to happen. These foreign club executives were almost worried to death. Once again, they deeply understood the importance of riding on someone's coattails. There were too many benefits to staying in a powerful faction. However, the ones who were the most confused were not these clubs, but the normal players in their faction. Faced with this situation, countless people were at a loss. I just woke up. I haven't even brushed my teeth, and you're telling me that I'm being chased by millions of players? What the hell are you doing? While the players were happily tearing each other apart, Hela, who was in the Emerald Star cluster, received a special communication request. It was from the Arcane Church, the Hierarch. I've finally finished writing. It's not even midnight yet. The list of the most recent experts includes some people who have not appeared yet. Those who are interested can search for them. Let me reveal a little. Currently, the strongest beyond grade A in this era has not officially appeared yet. I will also introduce them. The Chidian officials made a Q version sketch of Ames and posted it on Weibo. Those who are interested can follow the Weibo Chidian Chi page. Chapter 1048. Free Competition Zone, Emerald Star Cluster, Black Star Core, Frontline Exploration Stronghold. In the spacious, silver-white training room, Hela sat cross-legged in mid-air with her eyes slightly closed and her breathing long and slow. Red light surrounded her body, and the energy wave she emitted made the high-collared cloak of the Crimson Snake. First-generation combat suit looked like a black and red cloud. In front of her floated a cluster of bright, red, highly concentrated death energy. In the center of the red, there was a faint golden spot of light that extended out like blood vessels, spreading out with difficulty. At this moment, Hela suddenly frowned. The energy cluster in front of her suddenly boiled, as though a violent chemical reaction had occurred. It exploded with a bang, and a faint red energy shock wave spread out, reverberating in the room. "I failed again, sister." Aurora's vexed voice suddenly sounded in Hela's mind. "It's fine. It's not your problem." Hela shook her head. With the qualitative changes in the strength and control of their Esper ability, Espers would be able to develop more uses and effects of their Esper abilities. There was originally an exclusive life force link between the two of them. After Aurora entered the Calamity grade, the link was strengthened further, giving birth to two-way telepathy, allowing them to talk to each other directly in their minds. The transmission of life energy was originally limited by distance. At this moment, the project that the two of them were developing was an energy transmission channel that ignored distance. It had not succeeded yet, and they were still looking for a way. After Aurora entered the Calamity grade, Hela finally felt that she had the ability to protect herself. Thus, she no longer restricted Aurora from using her Esper ability and consuming life energy. "Sister, actually, the life force link that ignores distance has already taken shape. I can send out life energy from my side, but I can't transmit it to your side. It's not all a failure." Hela nodded and said, "Actually, I received a small amount of life energy, but the energy consumption was too severe. I can only receive about 100,000th of the original. In my senses, most of your energy seems to have been absorbed by an unknown secondary dimension midway, and that secondary dimension actually has a weak connection with me. I can feel its existence." "Is that so?" "I didn't feel it." Aurora was shocked. "I only sensed it after advancing to the beyond grade A realm. I feel that if we want to complete the link, we might have to deal with this obstacle first. Previously, I injected death energy into this secondary dimension in reverse, but the moment the energy entered, I lost contact with it. I'm afraid I'll have to find some time to personally make a trip there. I keep feeling that there will be some secrets related to us inside. Let's just treat it as the intuition of a beyond grade." With that said, Hela shook her head and raised her finger. A bright golden light spot about the size of a peanut floated on the tip of her finger. It was a trace of Aurora's life energy. She moved her eyes and manipulated the sesame-sized death energy particles to merge with the life energy. In the next moment, there was a burst of light as the two types of energy fused together. The red and gold light particles merged into one and turned into a golden-orange light particle. "Sister, you've successfully fused with Spicy?" Aurora was overjoyed. "No, I'm still figuring out the fusion ratio. Currently, I can only harmonize a small amount of energy." Hela sighed softly. She and Aurora had tried to fuse each other's energy a long time ago, but due to the lack of control over their Esper abilities, they had never succeeded. At that time, They had thought that it was a conflict between the nature of their energy. Now that Hela had advanced to the beyond Grade A realm, and Aurora's ability, strength, and stability had also entered the Calamity grade, Hela tried to fuse them again. Only then did she realize that their energy could actually fuse with each other, but it was unstable and required strong control to maintain the balance. After the fusion, it would turn into a type of golden-orange energy. The characteristics of the energy seemed to have completely changed. Although the healing and killing effects were still there, these two characteristics were not strengthened. Instead, they were greatly weakened. At this time, Hela had yet to find out what special effects this fusion energy had. At this time, the notification of a communication request sounded. Beep beep. A virtual screen appeared in front of her, and the adjutant appeared on the screen. The shock on his face had yet to fade as he said, "Your Excellency Hela, the Pope of the Arcane Church wants to talk to you. Do you want to transfer the call?" Hela's pupils constricted slightly. She was quite surprised that such a big shot would suddenly come looking for her. She thought for a while and said with a deep voice, "Connect it." Very soon, the image changed and the Pope's figure appeared on the screen. The leaders of the three universal civilizations often appeared on the news, so Hela naturally knew who they were. At this time, her expression returned to indifference as she slowly spoke. "May I know why Your Excellency is looking for me?" Because of the tense relationship between the Arcane Church and the Black Star Corps, Hela did not show much respect at this time. The Pope did not beat around the bush and said calmly, "I want to invite you to join the Arcane Church. I'm really flattered that the leader of a universal civilization personally invited me. If Black Star was here, he would probably say that." Hela was expressionless. "But I'm not him." The Pope slowly said, "We've investigated you. You're a person who chases after power, and the Arcane Church can give you great power. You don't have to say any more. I refuse." Hela did not want to hear it at all. "As long as you're willing to join us, you can state any conditions." "Not interested." The Pope paused, his face expressionless. "The reason why you're so loyal to Black Star is because of your personal feelings? It has nothing to do with you." The Pope nodded. "My promise is valid for a long time. If you change your mind, the Arcane Church welcomes you to join us at any time." Then, he directly hung up the communication. Hela looked at the black virtual screen and could not help but frown. The Pope of the Arcane Church personally came out. His sincerity was even more than the Red Empire. It was probably because of their hostile relationship that he wanted to poach the Black Star Corps. If a normal new Beyond Grade A received such treatment, they might have accepted it on the spot. However, leaving the Black Star Corps was not within her consideration. No matter how good the Arcane Church's conditions were, she would reject it without hesitation. On the other side, somewhere in the Emerald Star cluster, a few spaceships were slowly moving toward the Black Star stronghold. The logo of the spaceship represented a small mercenary group. It looked like a very ordinary galactic mercenary group, but it actually carried a few Beyond Grade A supers from the Arcane Church. Sagman looked at the communicator and said with a deep voice, "The Pope has sent his message. The recruitment has failed. We can take action now." The Arcane Church had already come up with two plans. They had gathered Beyond Grade as during this period of time. If the Pope failed to recruit Hela, they would strike like lightning and eliminate her. The situation is in our favor. The Dynasty and the Black Star Corps have yet to discover that we have gathered. It's best to end this quickly and not make a mistake like last time, Taylor said. In the past, because they were separated by a star field, the Beyond Grade as would take a long time to gather. If they were to take action, they would have been discovered long ago. Now that a large number of Beyond Grade as were in the flickering world and were very close to it, the Arcane Church's actions were convenient. They could take action before the enemy discovered them, giving them no time to prepare. It's best to move Hela away from the stronghold. Otherwise, the Dynasty's allies can quickly reinforce us through the Stargate of the stronghold. I'll leave this to Tolian. You go challenge Hela again and try to lure her out. The further away she is from the stronghold, the better, Sagman said. Tolian was stunned. He was unwilling, but he had no choice but to agree. I'll try. If Hela doesn't accept the challenge, we'll destroy the Stargate of the Stronghold first. It's a pity that His Excellency Sun Hunter won't be participating in this operation. Taylor, you're a mage, so your methods are flexible. I'll leave the destruction of the Stargate to you and me. Sagman hesitated for a moment before saying with a deep voice, "As for Black Star's Lord's avatar following Hela, I'll hold him back." At this moment, Kasui's avatar, who had been silent, spoke. The Arcane Church had taken out enough benefits to let Kasui participate in this operation, but he did not like to attack others or bully newcomers. Therefore, he sent his avatar over as insurance. All right, none of us have the confidence to deal with Black Star's avatar. Only His Excellency Kasui can suppress him. Sagman nodded. It's a pity. If only His Excellency Wernos took action, killing Hela would only be a matter of minutes. Desolate Beast Mercer muttered softly. Don't even think about it. Wernos won't leave the Temple of 10,000 Gods. He won't participate in such mundane matters at all. Taylor shook his head. The Arcane Church had sent out 6 Beyond Grade as this time. They were Photon Sagman, World Gate Taylor, Desolate Beast Mercer, Red Devil Tolian, one of Kasui's avatars, and the Lord's avatar of a mechanic under him. The nature of Kasui's avatar was similar to the Lord's avatar of the mechanic class. It also carried a portion of the strength of the main body. It was not something that ES God Pseudo Beyond Grade A avatars could compare to, although the number was the same as in the battle on Planet Lighthouse. After replacing Cisco and his good friend Dylan with Kasui's avatar and another Mechanics Lord's avatar, their strength increased by a large margin. Using such a lineup to deal with Hela was already overflowing. Furthermore, unlike Planet Lighthouse, there were no Dynasty allies stationed on the other side this time, especially without Milizaus. At the same time, Black Star's main body was not there, which meant that they would not encounter the space-time amber. The Arcane Church felt that the situation was very advantageous. Furthermore, their target was Hela, not that sticky Black Star who was like a sticky candy. He was much easier to deal with. Not continuing to participate in the discussion, Kasui's avatar turned around and looked at the starry sky outside the porthole with a deep gaze. Manison, you won't make a move, right? If Hela dies, Black Star will definitely go crazy. What a difficult choice. It's not suitable for you to make a move. I understand what you mean, so let me act for you. With me around, she won't die. I can't see this chapter for the time being, but it seems like it can be posted. It might only appear after November. Sleep early today. Wake up early tomorrow to watch the military parade. Chapter 1049. In the free competition zone, in another star cluster, the Radiant Federation's territory, a fleet was hovering in space. There were about 2 million battleships, and the largest flagship was an Eternal Light. Around the fleet, there were 2 large mechanical metal rings that encircled the entire fleet, one horizontal and one vertical, perpendicular to each other. These 2 super-large mechanical rings, which were even larger than stargates, were the strategic universal treasures of the Radiant Federation, the multidimensional sky opening transportation device. The components of the mechanical rings were very precise, and a large number of engineering ships were connected to each section of the rings for debugging and maintenance. At the same time, on the bridge of the flagship, the gathered Beyond Grade as of the Radiant Federation stood in a row in front of the porthole, looking out at the scene outside. They actually used such strategic equipment. It seems like the upper echelons of the Federation are really taking this operation very seriously. A muscular, bald, green-skinned man with a purple rune scarf wrapped around his head side. This person was Woomra, nicknamed Aura. He was a Beyond Grade 8 pugilist from the Radiance Federation, and he was extremely good at energy attacks. He was a mutated descendant of a Beyond Grade A race and had superior pugilist talent. He stood with his hands behind his back, giving off the aura of a Grandmaster. This is related to the unsealing of the 10,000 deity scepter. It's worth investing a huge amount of resources to activate the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device, Hades said. Ethereal will definitely make a move. when they take action and stall Black Star's doppelganger, will directly use the teleportation device to cut into the battlefield. That's right. The fleet brought another set of multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device. As long as we get Hela and teleport back, the battle plan will be completed. The fleet commander, standing by the side, said. The Radiant Federation was different from the Arcane Church. Their goal was to capture Hela alive and force Black Star to unseal the 10,000 deity scepter. Because of the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device, the Radiants had a natural advantage. As long as they succeeded, they could quickly escape from the battle. The multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device could send people away but would not be able to bring them back. Therefore, this fleet had brought along a second set of transportation devices and was equipped with a self-destruct device. As long as the transportation was completed, it would self-destruct to prevent others from taking it for research. If they could unseal the 10,000 deity scepter, paying the price of a multidimensional sky opening transportation device was acceptable to the Radiants. Although it was expensive, a universal civilization did not lack money. With this technology, it would not be difficult to build one. There were countless sets of multi-dimensional sky opening transportation devices in the warehouse, which gave the Radiants a terrifying strategic deterrent. It's easy to say, although the fleet has brought another set of teleporters, it takes a lot of time to set them up, guide them, and recharge them. There will definitely be interference during this period. This person was called Jackernitz, a beyond grade, a mechanical pugilist from the Radiant Federation. That's why we brought a fleet with us. Many of them are unmanned ships. On one hand, it's to speed up the deployment of the teleportation device. On the other hand, it's to protect the teleportation device from being interfered with. We also have Her Excellency Mornese's Mech Legion. It's enough to cover our retreat, Hades said. The robot on the side nodded. This was the Lord's avatar of Mornese, the beyond grade A mechanic from the Radiants. She had brought a mechanical army with her, which was the best choice to cover their retreat. Also, don't forget that Black Star is a virtual mechanic. He can invade our fleet. Romo and I will provide remote virtual defense assistance. The main artificial intelligence of the Radiants will also invest a large amount of computing power to strengthen the firewall. Although Black Star is a peak beyond grade A, he won't be able to break through our blockade while fighting while he's distracted, Mornese said. The Romo she mentioned was another beyond grade, a virtual mechanic from the Radiants. He guarded the quantum network all year round and protected the main artificial intelligence database of the Radiants. He did not participate in the operation, but he would provide remote virtual assistance. It's a pity that His Excellency, the Mecha Empire, won't participate in the operation. Otherwise, with him here, we wouldn't have to worry about Black Star's virtual intrusion at all. Hades sighed. This time, Serene, who was standing in the middle, snorted and coldly said, Humph! Manison isn't coming, and Ulu is far away in the Central Galaxy, so I'll lead the team this time. I don't care about anything else. Leave Black Star to me. If Ethereal wants to stop us, I'll deal with the strongest one. Star Crusher Serene, a peak beyond grade A pugilist, was the leader of the Radiance's operation this time, a member of the Ancient Ones. On the other side, a multi-pronged crystal floated in the air. It was deep blue and emitted psychic waves. Leave the mission of capturing Hela to me. This was a crystal life form called Crystal Soul, a beyond grade A psychic of the Radiance. The Radiants had mobilized 7 beyond grade as this time. Energy Soul Wumra, Lone Ranger Jackernitz, Mechanical Queen Mornese, Hades, Star Crusher Serene, and Defender Romo, who would provide remote assistance. This lineup was very strong, and they had one more combatant than Ethereal. In a certain branch of the Limitless Financial Group in the Geru Star Cluster of the Flickering World, Sorokin's manifestation stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office on the top floor, looking at the dense meteors in the distance. These were all hyperdrive trails left behind by spaceships. This was an interstellar trade transit station located in the territory of the Black Star Core. Not far away was one of the Stargate hubs. It was very prosperous and could lead to the vicinity of Black Star Palace. A good show should start soon. Sorokin narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. As the middleman who delivered information to the Radiance and Ethereal, he knew very well how Hela's information would cause the two universal civilizations to react. In his guess, Ethereal and Radiance would have a very high chance of taking action. While looking at the scenery, he secretly calculated the possible scenarios in his mind. The Radiance has the multidimensional sky opening transportation device, so they have the initiative. They'll most likely wait patiently for Ethereal to make the first move. The Mecha Empire will most likely not participate, so Sierran is the most likely to take action. As for Ethereal, whether it's Kasui or Sun Hunter leading the team, they'll probably do nothing. The meeting of the gods really affected quite a few people, Black Star. Just as he was deep in thought, a magic portal suddenly appeared in the room. A figure walked out and stood behind Sorokin. With a wave of his hand, he extinguished the portal. Sensing the magic wave, Sorokin turned around and looked at this person with a fake smile on his face. "You're here, Your Excellency, traveler." The newcomer was a humanoid creature with gray skin and no nose. His eyes were crystal yellow, and he had demonic vertical pupils. He had messy gray hair and wore a golden headband. He only had 3 fingers on his hand, and he held a staff that looked like a twisted branch. He wore a brown hooded robe and looked travel-worn. Traveler, a beyond grade A mage, spent most of his time in the secondary dimensions and rarely appeared in the outside world. On the surface, he was a neutral beyond grade A, but in reality, he maintained an unclear relationship with many supercluster civilizations. He had also been present during the meeting of the gods, but he was very quiet and did not have much of presence. "The Supercluster Alliance hired me to help you." Traveler tapped his staff and stared at Sorokin with interest. "Interesting. What kind of deal did you make with the Supercluster Alliance? You actually want me to take the initiative to challenge Black Star? Some things are happening. If I'm not wrong, Radiance and Ethereal will attack Hela soon. At that time, I hope you can go to Black Star Palace and challenge Black Star." Sorokin smiled faintly. He had secretly contacted the Supercluster Alliance, revealed some information, and made a new deal. He was prepared to interfere. "Oh, you mean, that's right. If Black Star accepts your challenge, even if he can divert his attention to use his Lord's avatar, the strength of his avatar will be severely reduced, and he won't be able to take care of Hela. If he doesn't accept the challenge, it means that his main body might not be in his headquarters. You'll have to fight Dragon Emperor Ames. From what I know, he's very close to Ames. This way, Black Star will have one more place to support him. No matter what, you'll be able to restrain Black Star." Traveler listened silently before slowly saying, "You seem to want to make the operation between the two universal civilizations succeed. What's in it for you?" "Hela's existence is a threat. I believe most beyond grade as don't want to see someone like her alive." Sorokin chuckled. "Furthermore, even if she joins a civilization, she'll choose the dynasty. To your supercluster civilization, she's even more of a threat." "That's not all," Traveler said. "You definitely have a bigger goal for dragging the supercluster civilization into this." That's fine. There's no harm in telling you." Sorokin narrowed his eyes. "Do you think the upper echelons of Radiance and Ethereal are only doing this for Hela?" No. Hela is only one of the reasons. The other important reason is the recent meeting of the gods." "Oh." Traveler's eyes flickered. "Think about it. Radiance and Ethereal sent out beyond grade as to do something like this. If they succeed, how will Black Star react? The other reason Radiance and Ethereal did this is to incite internal strife among the beyond grade as, if they succeed, the meeting of the gods will only exist in name." Sorokin's lips curled up. "I even have a bold guess that Radiance and Ethereal would rather leave 1 or 2 of their beyond grade A allies alive in this operation, using the hatred between the beyond grade as to prevent them from uniting." Traveler frowned. "That can't be. The situation isn't that bad." Who knows? I've learned something from my long life. Don't think that you're irreplaceable in the eyes of the advanced civilizations." Sorokin did not comment. Traveler stared at him and slowly said, "What about you? You're also a beyond grade A, but you're not on their side. Aren't you the same? I'm pardonable, but you're a neutral guy. Hee hee. If I have to say something, I don't like the idea of individual strength being supreme. I'm a businessman. I believe in the collective. I believe in the market. Sorokin smiled faintly. No matter how strong a beyond grade A is, they're just individuals. Only a diverse civilization can make the cold universe prosperous. Civilization is the cornerstone of society, the protagonist of the universe. Individuals like us who are outside the norm are just dispensable parts of the galactic society. Without us, the world might be more peaceful and prosperous. The privileges that beyond grade as have are already great enough. If we don't know how to be content and insist on reaching our hands into areas we shouldn't touch, it will only cause new chaos in the universe. I don't want that to happen. The fewer beyond grade as there are in the universe, the better. Traveler was a little surprised. I thought you only cared about making money. I didn't expect you to have such a side to you. You can think of me as the guardian of the balance of the universe. Sorokin turned around, suddenly paused, and added, "Of course, I still have to make money. Of course, I still have to make money." Somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, in the machinery workshop of Han Zhao's hidden spaceship, Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy Carrier, 17th Test. A silver and red mechanical body stood on the test platform. The cylindrical container containing the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy was fixed above the mechanical body by 4 mechanical arms. Dense transmission wires connected the container to the carrier. Philip sat on Han Zhao's shoulder and reported, "Carrier self-test complete. Excellent condition. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy is obedient. Connection activated. Begin energy conversion." Han Zhao nodded. Begin. As soon as he said that, the device was activated. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy in the container became active and quickly flowed into the mechanical carrier through the transmission wires. The mechanical carrier shook. Its eyes suddenly lit up with a red light, becoming more and more dazzling. The body was vibrating at a high frequency, bearing the burden of the primal Esper ability entities. Han Zhao stared at the mechanical carrier and fully released his mechanical sense, observing every detail of the test. In his eyes, the violent primal chaos mysterious energy was gradually restrained by the carrier and started to merge with the special conversion parts in the body. The function of these parts was similar to the host cells, used to contain and refine the primal chaos mysterious energy. After a long time, the last bit of primal chaos mysterious energy also merged with the carrier. The carrier suddenly released a bunch of red shock waves, stirring up a gust of wind in the room. Fusion complete, Synchronization rate 72%, compatibility 75%, load of the carrier at 41%. Philip reported a bunch of parameters. Finally succeeded. Han Zhao was overjoyed. Previously, the carrier could not even complete the first step of fusion. Now, it had finally merged with the primal chaos mysterious energy. Although it still needed to be optimized, it was already a good start and could be put into battle. Creating a mechanical carrier for the primal Esper ability was different from creating other mechanical soldiers. The technical requirements were very precise. Not only did it have to fuse with the primal chaos mysterious energy, but it also had to prevent it from seizing control of the body. Thankfully, Han Zhao had obtained Evan's cell sample, so he did not have to take 99% of the wrong path. A new month has begun. During the double period, please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 1050. The function of the mechanical carrier was the same as the host. While accommodating the primal chaos mysterious energy, it could use its own psionic core to unleash Esper abilities. It did not have to start from scratch like an ordinary host and could directly unleash very strong combat power. The combat power depended on the performance of the carrier itself, the fusion rate, synchronization rate, and other parameters with the primal chaos mysterious energy. Simply put, the situation was similar to ES God. An Esper who was already strong to begin with became the host, and with the foundation of strength, he could unleash the power of the primal chaos mysterious energy right away. However, the primal chaos mysterious energy mainly provided energy, so it was just like a tool that was bound in the carrier. The one controlling the body to fight was the mechanical carrier itself, or the combat artificial intelligence Spartan. Because this carrier was only the first prototype, there was still a lot of room for improvement, so Han Shao did not plan to turn it into an apostle weapon immediately. The model of this carrier should be called Mysterious Energy Host, first generation. I'll decide on the official code name after it becomes an apostle weapon. Han Shao was very satisfied. He had a bunch of skills that could increase the upper limit of his mechanical abilities, and there was still an empty slot for an apostle weapon. Okay, model has been recorded. Database complete. Han Shao nodded, sized up the mysterious energy host carefully, and asked, "How do you feel?" The next moment, a psychic wave was released, and the primal chaos mysterious energy inside spoke. "It's a bit cramped and uncomfortable. Give me a better carrier in the future." "Don't worry, the prototype is already out. The optimization is very simple." Han Shao waved his hands. His strengthening skills were also very powerful. Change the carrier to a mechanical life as soon as possible. That way, at least there'll be someone to communicate with me. Unlike now, the primal chaos mysterious energy complained. Han Shao suddenly thought of something. "By the way, do you think I can cut you into 8 pieces and put them on different mysterious energy hosts? That way, I'll have a primal chaos mysterious energy squad." "Don't even think about it." The primal chaos mysterious energy exploded. "You're not allowed to split my body." "Absolutely. Yes. No. Yes." Such a big reaction. "Is this behavior very uncomfortable to you?" Han Shao was curious. He was mainly thinking about God's behavior in his previous life and could not help but ask. It's equivalent to you dismembering a person, and he still has to watch other people use his body parts as weapons, waving his arms and legs in battle, playing with his body and wasting his flesh. Plus, all his body parts can still feel pain, which can be transmitted back to the brain. Don't you think that's good?" The primal chaos mysterious energy was dissatisfied. "Cough. Just pretend I didn't mention it." Han Shao thought about it for a moment. It seemed that this scene was a little perverted. He coughed dryly and acted as if nothing had happened. He then tested the combat power of the first-generation mysterious energy host and the various ways to use his Esper abilities. The result was very satisfactory to him. As a compound super high-risk Esper ability, the primal chaos mysterious energy had a lot of abilities. It could strengthen the body, radiate powerful energy of both psychic and spatial attributes, and fly at high speed. The more advanced uses included shuttling between secondary dimensions, extracting energy from the core of a planet, invisible psychic energy, gravity springs, and so on. At this time, because the first-generation mysterious energy host had not received the bonuses of a mechanical life form and an apostle weapon, his combat power was far from reaching the beyond grade A level. However, in Han Zhao's calculations, once the mysterious energy host became an apostle weapon, with the flexibility of the primal chaos mysterious energy, he would become the strongest existence among the apostle weapons. Even Psionic Prime, who had evolved for many years, might not be his match. As long as the optimization is completed, the mysterious energy host will become my #1 fighter. He might even be able to defeat ordinary beyond grade as. Having obtained a powerful combatant, Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. At this time, Philip suddenly trembled and said, "Master, Black Star Palace sent a message. A beyond grade A is looking for you." "Who is it?" Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. To think that it was the Black Star Palace. Could it be that someone had gone to his territory and attacked his headquarters? That person is a little too bold. Does he think that the Black Star Palace that I spent a lot of money to build is made of paper? Plus, with the fleet in his headquarters, there are less than 2 beyond grade as. It is basically impossible for them to pose a threat to Black Star Palace. It's neither. It's the dynasty's ally, Yining. Han Shao was stunned and a little puzzled. What is the meaning of this guy, coming to my headquarters to look for me. Who's receiving him now? Did he express his intentions? Ames met him. He said that he brought a gift and wants to exchange it for the right to use the evolution cube. I see. Han Xiao understood. Back then, because he had won the battle with Yining, Yining did not have the chance to be baptized by the evolution cube. He had never mentioned it again, probably because he was looking for a bargaining chip to exchange for it. Then where'd he bring me? Han Xiao was curious. It seems to be some rare blueprints. I don't know where he got them. Blueprints, that's not bad. Han Xiao had originally planned to be on good terms with Yining, so he was very lenient with his demands for Yining. As long as the other party showed a good attitude, he would lend the evolution cube. In this regard, Han Xiao's style was to treat people like Heber differently. Even if he gave him the bloodshed land, he would not lend the evolution cube. What a coincidence. My main body is not in the headquarters. Han Xiao rubbed Philip's face with his finger. Where's the throne? Reported to Master, we're almost at Black Star Palace, about a few hours away, Philip smiled and hugged Han Xiao's finger. Then, I'll let Ames and Yining chat for a while. I'll go over when the throne is here. As soon as the king was created, Han Xiao had the mechanical army secretly escort the locator, throne, and Evans back to the headquarters of Black Star Palace. It had been quite some time, and the troops had been transported through the exclusive Stargate channel of the Army's territory. The speed was very fast, and they were almost home now. As long as he sent the throne home, he could use the king to teleport back instantly. As long as he did not stay for more than 3 minutes, he could activate the teleportation function again and return here. Then, he would start calculating the cooldown time. As a universal treasure, the cooldown time for teleportation was not very long. At the same time, in Black Star Palace, in the Army Commander's reception room, Yining sat with his hands on his knees, looking reserved and polite. Opposite him, sat on the main seat with one hand supporting her chin and the other casually controlling the force field. She placed 3 glasses full of wine on the table and smiled. Don't be reserved. Drink something first. Fu Ding smiled and agreed. Your Excellency, Yining, the Army Commander has gone to inspect the territory. He'll be back in a few hours. Please wait for a while. Okay. Yining nodded, raised his glass, and finished it in one gulp. Sized up Yining's strange bright silver body with interest. I heard from Black Star that your strength is not bad. He thinks highly of your potential. Thank you. I also respect your Excellency Black Star very much. Yining looked at Ames, hesitated for a while, and said, Actually, I have a question. What do you want to say? Ames smiled and took a sip of wine. Black Star is not here. Why are you representing the army to receive me? Yining was a little hesitant. The way he saw it, although the Black Star Corps and Floating Dragon Island were allies, there did not seem to be a need for an ally to receive a beyond grade A on behalf of the host. After all, the true decision-makers here were still the officers of the army, and the Dragon Emperor should only be a guest. However, she was acting like the host now. Could it be that the rumors were true, that there was that kind of relationship between Black Star and the Dragon Emperor? What's so strange about that? Ames raised her brows. Black Star told me to come and find him. He's gone out, so of course I'm the one receiving the beyond grade A guest. Hearing this, Silver Shadow's expression suddenly became somewhat meaningful. This matter-of-fact tone. The rumors are true. He was still wondering why Ames would come all the way to the Black Star Palace, but now he understood. If the two of them had such a relationship, why else would Black Star call the Dragon Emperor over? Of course, it would be for a long night without sleep. Thinking of this, Yining could not help but be more respectful. Although he was not someone who liked to chat, he still tried his best to chat with Ames. After all, he had a favor to ask of Black Star, and a family member had come out to receive him. He could not possibly ignore her. That would be too rude. At the same time, in the Emerald Star Cluster, the Black Star Corps' frontline stronghold, a spaceship flew over from afar, slowly approaching the stronghold. Seeing this, the Army Defense Forces outside the planet's atmosphere immediately sent out 2 battleships to intercept the incoming spaceship and issued a warning in the public channel. Intruder, stop moving forward. Please report your identity immediately. After the message was sent, this unfamiliar spaceship slowly turned off and hovered outside the atmosphere. The next moment, a tyrannical energy wave suddenly erupted, and all the energy detection radars in the stronghold rang, emitting a constant warning. Boom! Warning! Warning! High energy burst detected. Matching event model. Matching complete. Model is beyond grade A energy burst. Walala! The entire stronghold was in an uproar, and the fleet outside the atmosphere immediately gathered. The cannons on the ground also raised their heads and locked onto the spaceship. A large number of battleships also quickly rose into the air, and countless cannons were aimed at this spaceship. The stronghold instantly entered combat mode. The next moment, Tolian's figure appeared in the public channel, emitting demonic flames all over his body as he laughed arrogantly. Hela, I'm here to take revenge on you. Last time, I was injured by you. This time, I'm going to wash away the shame. Do you dare fight me again? As he spoke, he fiercely suppressed the stronghold with his beyond grade A aura and headed straight for Hela. In the training room, Hela suddenly opened her eyes and her gaze froze. Han Zhao's warning some time ago appeared in her mind, telling her to be more alert when she encountered things recently. Someone might come looking for trouble. At this moment, seeing the person who had once begged for mercy arrogantly coming to challenge her, a thought flashed through her mind. There's a trap. Does he really think I'm a martial arts fanatic? At this moment, the adjutant sent a message. Your Excellency Hela, he's challenging you. What should we do? Hela's face was indifferent as she coldly said, What's the army manual? Do you still need me to teach you how to deal with enemies approaching the stronghold? Just because the other party is a beyond grade A, you don't know what to do. Then what's the use of having you? The adjutant shrank his neck. Understood. The spaceship outside the atmosphere was surrounded by the Black Star Corps fleet. After Tolian issued the challenge, he patiently waited for Hela to appear. With Hela's personality, she's a battle maniac. When she meets my challenge, there's a 70% chance that she'll agree. Now that Kasuyi and the others are hiding not far away, as long as I try to lure her over while we fight, the ambush will be complete. Just as he was thinking about the battle plan, a strong light suddenly lit up in his vision. Tolian hurriedly looked out of the porthole, only to see the Black Star Corps fleet surrounding him open fire without even saying a word. The light of countless energy cannons filled his vision. Tolian's expression changed drastically. Damn, you're not playing by the rules. Chapter 1051. Boom. Under the barrage of countless cannons, not a single piece of armor could escape the fate of annihilation. Not even a single piece of wreckage was left. An unstable teleportation gate opened not far away, and Tolian staggered out with lingering fear. Fortunately, he had cast a teleportation spell in advance and avoided the barrage at the last moment. Otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing to be heavily injured before the battle even began. You actually ordered your fleet to bombard me without saying a word. Shameless. Tolian was shocked and furious. How could a beyond grade not give any face when visiting and challenging each other? Even if my intention was to challenge you, you did not even say a word before bombarding me with a barrage of cannons. That's too rude. The way he saw it, even if beyond grade as had grudges against each other, when one went to challenge the other, they would at least be polite on the surface. We're all people with status, but you directly blasted me out with a broom. Where's the etiquette between beyond grade as? This is not only embarrassing for me, but also for you. At this time, Hela's voice sounded in the public channel. You've already lost to me. Those who have been surpassed by me have no chance of catching up to me. I'm not interested in fighting you again. Hearing this, Tolian was furious. He thought he was arrogant enough, but he did not expect Hela to be even more arrogant than him. His expression changed several times, but he decided to endure it. I have a mission, so I won't argue with you. Anyway, you're basically a dead man. Tolian snorted coldly in his heart, activated a solidified magic communication rune, and contacted his teammates who were lying in ambush elsewhere. Hela did not accept the challenge. Not only did she not fall for it, but she also shamelessly bombarded me with cannons. The plan to lure her won't work. Let's change to a direct attack. At least we've confirmed that she's in the stronghold. Very soon, Sagman's reply came through the magic communication. Okay, change of plan. Begin the attack. Tolian, share your vision and locate her for us. Taylor, open the teleportation gate and attack the Stargate first. Also, preheat the space stabilization device. After we enter, seal the hyperdrive and teleportation abilities, so Hela has no way to escape. We must act according to the original plan. Hela went all the way to the highest command room of the stronghold. Looking at the images transmitted back from the surveillance screen, she saw Tolian in outer space constantly dodging the fleet's attacks. Why isn't he leaving? He is indeed plotting something. Hela frowned slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she took out her communicator and sent a message to Han Xiao. She wanted to discuss this with Han Xiao. However, in the next moment, a strong sense of danger suddenly arose, like a chill rising from his tailbone and penetrating deep into his bone marrow. Hela's expression changed slightly. She suddenly raised her head. In her perception, several star-like energy sources suddenly appeared nearby. Warning! Warning! High energy source detected. Warning! Warning! The Stargate has been destroyed. Requesting backup. The image on the screen suddenly changed. A magic teleportation gate suddenly appeared beside the Stargate station far away, and two figures stepped out. They were Taylor and Sagman. Before the defense forces of the Stargates opened fire, the two of them attacked first without saying a word. A large number of summoned monsters surged out and blocked the defense fleet from every direction. Waves of arcane attacks with pure destructive power and endless beams of light shattered the Stargates one after another, as if they were rotten wood. The surprise attack was effective. Beside Tolian, a second super-large teleportation gate appeared. The black mass of mechanical troops flowed out like a flood and spread out rapidly. The three figures at the front were Cassie's doppelganger, Desolate Beast Mercer, and Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco's Lord's Avatar, who was controlling this mechanical army. Cassie and Mercer were all old acquaintances. The one worth mentioning was Francisco, who was a direct descendant of Ethereal. He was a rather special existence. His main body had always been imprisoned in the arcane church and was usually not allowed to move around in the outside world. Only when the arcane church needed his strength would they allow him to use his lord's avatar in battle. If he performed meritorious deeds, his sentence would be reduced. His crime was related to his nickname, Mechanical Catastrophe, which meant that he had once caused a machine-related disaster. At the same time, it was also an acknowledgement of his strength. He was an energy branch mechanic and had a special talent. The cost of mechanical force bonuses was far lower than other mechanics of the same level. At the same time, the range of his mechanical force was far greater than other mechanics of the same level. This meant that the upper limit of the number of mechanical troops he could support at the same time was very high. The purpose of bringing Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco was to fight against the fleet of the Army stronghold and restrain the mechanical troops that Black Star had placed there. He was responsible for the battle of the army. Otherwise, with just a few beyond grade, as most of their attention would be tied up by the fleet. As soon as he entered the battlefield, Mechanical Catastrophe controlled his mechanical troops to fight against the fleet of the stronghold. With the sudden appearance of the strong enemy, the stronghold fleet was caught off guard first. They quickly adjusted, and the battle instantly entered the climax. At the same time, Mechanical Catastrophe's troops also carried many space-time stabilizing devices, wormhole countermeasures, and other equipment. All of them were activated, and bubbles popped up, immediately stabilizing the space-time of this area. This time, even teleportation spells could not be used. Seeing this, Gila's expression immediately darkened, and her expression turned serious. The enemy came prepared. 6 beyond grade, as, including a super combatant like Kasui, they want to kill me so badly? Even with Hela's strong personality, she could not help but be frightened by this. Is this the situation that Black Star faced back then? No, it might be even worse. It's practically a situation of certain death. However, her mentality only wavered for a moment before Hela adjusted, suppressing the negative emotions and turning them into battle intent. She immediately felt as if all the blood in her body was boiling. Boom! The next moment, Hela broke through the roof, flew straight into the sky, gritted her teeth, and charged toward the few beyond grade as who had locked onto her with their aura. During the charge, death energy was constantly released, turning into a bright red blood cloud. Seeing this, Red Devil, Desolate Beast, and Mechanical Catastrophe's Lord's Avatar swooped down at the same time. While the defense fleet was distracted, they quickly bypassed the blockade and collided with Hela. Boom! The momentum was earth-shattering. On the surface of the planet, a red shockwave exploded. The blood cloud formed by death energy dissipated, and the red meteor fell to the ground at an even faster speed, unable to stop. Rumble. Along the way, she smashed a large number of bases, leaving behind a ravine-like trajectory. Only then did Hela stop her momentum, and dust filled the sky. Cough, cough. In the dust, Hela got up. Her eyes were fierce. She casually wiped her bleeding nose and stared at the three people in the sky. In a head-on clash, she was clearly unable to withstand the attacks of the three of them and was directly blown away. At this time, in the distance of the stronghold, a small black rose into the sky like a black tide, quickly approaching from the distant horizon like a flock of crows covering the sky. It was the mechanical army that Han Shao had placed in the stronghold, and the one leading was the Lord's avatar that had already descended. The next moment, a psychic wave that covered the entire planet descended, and an ethereal voice sounded in everyone's heart. Black Star, your opponent is me. Their vision blurred, and they saw that Kasui's avatar had already blocked the path of the mechanical army. He raised a hand and pressed down. Boom! All the mechanical army was instantly pressed to the ground. Only the Lord's avatar was glowing brightly with mechanical force, barely able to hold on. Although the opponent is a machine and can't use the psychic attack that psychic power is best at, I'm also proficient in psychic power. Kasui's avatar said calmly, raised his hand, and pushed forward. A psychic wall that spanned thousands of miles was formed and pushed forward with a rumble. All the buildings and machines in front of it were pushed out and pressed against the wall. A portion of the mechanical army counterattacked toward the invisible psychic wall, but Kasui's psychic power seemed to be endless. Even though the psychic wall kept cracking under the focus fire, he did not mind squandering his psychic power to repair the damaged areas. The psychic wall's momentum was almost unstoppable. Like a board eraser, it directly wiped out a large area of the planet's surface, uprooting a large piece of land. Countless building debris, soil, and machines were pushed into outer space along the direction of the psychic wall. Other than the Lord's avatar and a few mechanical soldiers with high mobility who took the initiative to retreat, the rest of the mechanical army was pushed out of the planet by the psychic wall, far away from the battlefield where Hela was. They could only regroup in outer space. At the same time, Kasui's avatar also followed and blocked in front of Han Shao. What terrifying psychic power! Han Zhao's Lord's avatar's eyes flashed. I draw power from the void dimension. My psychic power is infinite. In terms of energy storage, perhaps only Ulu of the Radiant Federation can compare to me, Kasui said calmly. I heard that you also have a void bloodline. When your god's trait transformation reaches a certain level, you might awaken such power. Han Zhao's Lord's avatar looked around and saw the entire battle. At this moment, the planet's stronghold could be divided into 3 battlefields. Hela was fighting Red Devil, Desolate Beast, and Mechanical Catastrophe. She was in danger and was completely at a disadvantage. 1 against 3 was too much for the current Hela, and it looked like she would be heavily injured at any moment. However, Han Shao knew her well. Although Hela could not beat the 3 of them, she could still hold on for a short period of time. After all, her lifesteal ability was quite strong, and the power of reducing her lifespan was terrifying. It affected the enemy's performance and made them not dare to exchange injuries. The second area was a large-scale army battle. The mechanical army, controlled by mechanical catastrophe, was fighting with the defense fleet of the stronghold. The battle was at a stalemate. The defense fleet mainly wanted to turn back and support Hela, while mechanical catastrophe's army was trying to pin him down. The third battlefield was Sagman and Taylor. They were attacking the Stargate station, cutting off Hela's path of retreat and the path of reinforcements. They had a huge advantage. When they destroyed all the Stargates, they would turn back and attack Hela. By then, Hela would not be able to hold on. Han Zhao's Lord's Avatar wanted to stop Sagman and Taylor, but there was still some distance between the Stargate and the Stronghold planet, so he would not be able to make it in time. Furthermore, with the mechanical army in his hands, he probably would not be able to break through Kasui's blockade. The largest mech legion and apostle weapons were all with his main body and were rushing over. It would take a while for them to arrive. The situation is not good. Han Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at Kasui. "You're determined to stop me?" Kasui was expressionless. He retracted his mental waves and only had a one-way connection with Han Zhao. He slowly said, "This Lord's Avatar of yours has to stay here with me." He emphasized the words, Lord's Avatar. Han Zhao observed Kasui's meaningful expression. Suddenly, he had an idea. He controlled the Lord's Avatar to charge forward with his mechanical army. Kasui was a psychic, but not only did he not fight back, he even charged forward to engage in close combat with the Lord's Avatar. The battle was very intense. Those who did not know would think that there was some deep hatred between the two of them. The mechanical army around them fired. Although the shots looked very accurate, they were actually using human marksmanship, so the cannon fire always brushed past them. Kasui did not stop them and allowed these cannon fire to land on the battlefield between Hela and the three of them, interrupting the attacks of the three from time to time, forcing them to dodge and creating opportunities for Hela. At the same time, the mechanical army spread out and tried to go around Kasui. Kasui symbolically released a psychic wall, but the strength of several places was clearly weakened and was easily torn apart, allowing the mechanical soldiers to pass through. It looked like Kasui was fighting with the Lord's Avatar in close combat and could not divert his attention to maintain the psychic wall. This caused a portion of Black Star's mechanical army to take the opportunity to break through the blockade and support Hela. Han Zhao finally confirmed that this guy in front of him was going easy on him. No, this was not going easy on him. This was at least releasing a flood. Why is he helping me like this? Han Zhao's mind spun rapidly. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. In the one-way mental connection, he whispered a secret code. Meeting of the gods? Acting? Focus. Acting. Han Xiaoxin's head immediately froze. Good Lord, the boss on the other side is an actor. Safe. He temporarily suppressed his restless heart. The current situation could still be maintained. He had already requested reinforcements from the dynasty. The stronghold Stargate might be destroyed, but the dynasty's reinforcements could go to the nearest Stargate. Although they would not be able to reach his stronghold directly and would take more time to provide reinforcements, it would not be too slow. Ethereal has moved, so there might be other people watching. I have to calm down and adapt to the situation. Wait for reinforcements and my main body to arrive, Han Zhao thought to himself. Under Kasui's guidance, a portion of the mechanical army successfully arrived at the battlefield where Hela was to provide reinforcements. With the mechanical force bonus from Han Zhao, the mechanical army was very strong. Even if there were not many of them, Tolian and the other two could not ignore them. With help, Hela immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She did not have to fight alone anymore, and her situation became much better. The mechanical army cooperated with her, and she knew when to advance and retreat. The death energy that had the ability to reduce one's lifespan shot out everywhere, making Tolian and Mercer extremely wary. Originally, both of them were tanks, but the one acting as the main tank was Mechanical Catastrophe's Lord's Avatar. His fragile mechanical body was under pressure that this class should not have. Seeing how scared Tolian and Mercer were, Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco was completely speechless. Can you guys give me more strength? I'm not Black Star. My lord's avatar is not that tanky. Damn it, Kasui missed someone. Is Black Star's avatar that difficult to deal with? Mercer was surprised as he dodged a round of attacks from the mechanical army. Kasui's avatar is here, after all. In order to split the battlefield, he released a powerful attack, so it's normal for his condition to deteriorate. Francisco's tone did not change at all. I didn't expect Black Star to be so strong. Not only did he block Kasui, but he also has the strength to virtual invade my army. On the other side, Red Devil Tolian was just about to speak when his shield was suddenly shattered by cannon fire. He did not manage to dodge in time and was hit by Hela's death shockwave. He immediately shivered and felt as if the message, -1, had popped up above his head. Tolian could not help but look up at Kasui, who was fighting fiercely in the distance. His eyes were filled with resentment as he groaned in his heart. My lifespan has decreased again. Well, what's going on? In the outer space of the stronghold, in the battlefield where the fleets were exchanging fire, the army players in the battleships were dumbfounded by the sudden situation. Although many players had already established or joined guilds under the name of the Black Star Corps and acted independently in the free competition zone in the form of subsidiary organizations, there were also some players who chose to follow the main force. This was especially so after the faction war order issued by the army recently. Many players gathered at the frontline stronghold and treated this place as a temporary main city. They kept recruiting and forming teams, preparing to hunt down the players of the enemy faction in the free competition zone. They did not expect that they would suddenly be attacked by multiple beyond grade, as while staying in the Black Star stronghold. This place directly became the battlefield of 8 beyond grade as... What's going on? Aren't beyond grade as very rare? This is enough to fill up 2 tables of mahjong. Could it be we've encountered big news again? Many players thought of the Battle of Planet Lighthouse in the previous version and were overjoyed. They quickly turned on the recording function and took pictures of the faces of the beyond grade as. This is probably a big event in this version. We've encountered it. Quick, take pictures. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. Many players fully experienced the joy of being a spectator and were extremely excited. The sound of hurried footsteps came closer and closer. Bang! The door to the reception room was knocked open. Ames, Silver Shadow, and Phaidon, who were chatting in the room, could not help but turn their heads and look at the door. They saw Aurora stumbling in with an anxious expression. "Teacher, something bad has happened. What's wrong?" Ames was confused. Sister is being attacked by the Arcane Church. Many beyond grade as have gone there, and they all want to kill her. I saw it through telepathy." "What?" Ames suddenly stood up. Her force field exploded, and the furniture around her was blown away. After more than 10 years of training together, she and Hela were already very close. Hearing that her student was in danger, Ames was furious. At this time, a virtual screen appeared in the room. It was a call from an administrative officer. "Your Excellency Ames, Your Excellency Fu Ding, something has happened. A beyond grade A-called traveler has visited Black Star Palace and challenged the army commander. How should we deal with this?" "Tell him that His Excellency Black Star is not here," Fu Ding replied. He said that if Black Star is not here, he will fight the Lord's avatar. Tell him that Black Star is very busy right now and has no time to fight him. Your Excellency Fu Ding, he said that he can't come here for nothing. If he can't find Black Star, he can also challenge Her Excellency Dragon Emperor. He's a mage. If he doesn't leave, it'll be difficult to chase him away without some special means. Fu Ding frowned and was about to speak. At this time, Ames patted his shoulder and interrupted him. This person is not here with good intentions. He probably has something up his sleeve. It might be related to Hela's matter. I'll go test him and tell him that he will accept the challenge. Hearing this, Yining, who had been silent all this while, felt that this was a good opportunity to build a relationship. If he helped Black Star's family, there would be great benefits. Thinking of this, he stepped forward and volunteered. Your Excellency Ames, how about I go? How can I let a guest help me? Fu Ding, Bring your Excellency Ing to the observation deck to watch the battle. Ames waved her hand and turned around to leave the room. Her dress danced like a black flower. Her tall figure disappeared from their sight, and only one sentence floated from afar. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to deal with. Without this chapter, I'm already a salted fish. Chapter 1052. Outside Black Star Palace, Traveler sat cross-legged in the air with his staff placed in front of his knees. He was looking at the heavily guarded Black Star Palace from afar. In front of him was the defensive fleet. I came at the right time. Seeing this, Traveler narrowed his eyes. According to the information provided by the Supercluster Alliance, Black Star was a guy who liked to accept challenges, but he could not reject them at this time. He did not even want to use his Lord's avatar to fight with him. As expected, Sorokin's information was correct. Hela was already under attack, and Black Star had to maintain his Lord's avatar to protect her, so he could not split himself up. The Apostle weapons and mechanical army could fight on multiple fronts at will, but the Lord's avatar shared the strength of the main body. Only one avatar could descend at a time. However, Black Star did not use his Apostle weapons to fight with me. Looks like Sorokin's guess was right. Black Star has taken his main forces away. He's probably been pretending to be in his base all this time, Traveler thought. Since the opponent is the Dragon Emperor, I have to get rid of her quickly to force Black Star to make a move. Even if he only sent his mechanical army to fight with me, I've already achieved my strategy and dragged down his energy. If he wanted to end the battle quickly, he would have to use extreme methods, which would definitely offend Black Star. However, Traveler did not care. He had a special relationship with some of the supercluster civilizations, and it had already exceeded the scope of personal benefits. On the surface, he was accepting a job, but in reality, as long as this matter was helpful to the civilization he belonged to, he would not hesitate. The Supercluster Alliance hoped that Ethereal or Radiance's operation would succeed. They wanted to see these Beyond Grade as fight among themselves, but they did not want the Beyond Grade as to unite. This seemed to be a headache for the three universal civilizations, but it was more beneficial for the supercluster. However, the effect depended on the timing. For now, the supercluster did not want to see this. In the eyes of supercluster civilizations, Beyond Grade as were important tools that they could make use of. However, this era was still too early, and there were not enough Beyond Grade as. Even if they worked together, their usefulness was limited. The Supercluster Alliance hoped to find a more suitable time. If there were enough Beyond Grade as in the universe by then, they would even unite the Beyond Grade as. Therefore, they did not want to waste this opportunity. Other than the consideration of balancing their strength, the other reason the Supercluster Alliance thought this way was that they were worried that if the Beyond Grade as united in advance, it would lead to another tragedy of the Pinnacles. If the three universal civilizations started to settle accounts, the first to suffer would definitely be the outsiders. Therefore, their supercluster civilizations' allies would be massacred again, and the ones who would suffer the most would be themselves. Traveler waited silently for a while. Finally, Ames flew out of the base and arrived in front of him. The two looked at each other from afar. You want to challenge Black Star? What do you want? Ames narrowed her eyes. Nothing more than admiring the strong and wanting to challenge the peak. What do I want? Traveler's expression was calm. Hela's matter has something to do with you, right? I don't understand what you're talking about. Traveler shook his head. Humph, keep pretending. A green light flashed in Ames' eyes. Her force field surged, and she controlled a few satellite bricks, smashing them toward Traveler. Traveler did not panic. He held his staff with both hands, and misty magic energy gushed out, turning into rune arrays of various sizes, forming an extremely large rune shield. It looked as intricate and exquisite as a clock, blocking the path of the satellite bricks. Gotcha! A few satellite bricks slammed into the rune shield, and cracks appeared on the shield, but the attacks were blocked. At the same time, Ames reached out and pulled toward Traveler. A powerful suction force pulled Traveler toward her. While flying in the air, Traveler's eyes focused. Energy surged out of his body, and he stabilized himself. Then, he turned around and released a series of powerful spells. Multidimensional energy turned into colorful spells, rushing toward where Ames was, but they hit nothing. Space rippled, and she had already used Void Jump to move to a spot not far behind Traveler. She raised her eyebrows and glared at Traveler's back. A circle of energy burst out from between her eyebrows. The next moment, Traveler's body froze in the air, unable to move. Force field, gaze of the dragon. The moment she controlled the enemy, her black dress suddenly rose, and Ames' long leg lashed out like a whip. She threw out a force field, going straight for Traveler's back. The force field, launched from the main body, was the most powerful. This force field was highly compressed into a line, turning into a slash. It looked like she threw out a slash with her leg. Force field, sweeping blade. Whoosh! The chopping wave force field swept across and cut Traveler in half. However, the next moment, the cut Traveler suddenly shrunk and turned into an alchemy puppet. Further away, a puppet that looked like it was made of clay appeared out of thin air. It quickly transformed into Traveler's appearance. Puppet replacement, a simple trick, Traveler said calmly. Ames frowned. She was old friends with Austin, so she knew some knowledge about magic. Puppet replacement was an unpopular spell in the alchemy and curse branch. It had a huge side effect. In terms of the interface, every time puppet replacement was used, the user's health and energy would decrease by 50%, and all their attributes would temporarily decrease by 20%. It was very damaging. Because of its limited practicality, only low-level mages would use it to save their lives. High-level mages had all kinds of shields and many defensive methods, so they basically did not need to use such an unpopular spell. A beyond grade A mage would have dozens of ways to dodge or block that kind of attack. Even if they took the damage head-on, the damage would not be as good as the side effect of puppet replacement. Ames felt that Traveler definitely had a special reason for doing this. She observed carefully and realized that Traveler's temperament seemed to have changed. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint, strange smile, and he gave off a filthy, evil aura. TSK. Force field control is an Esper ability that can be found anywhere. It's very rare for you to be able to train it to the beyond grade A level. You're very talented in Esper ability control. Maybe one day, you'll be able to develop this Esper ability to the extreme and become the super high-risk Esper ability, force control. Although it's only a single word, the meaning is completely different. Traveler's temperament changed, and he suddenly started to talk. Something's wrong. Ames raised her guard. She clenched her hand into a claw and crushed a corner of a satellite brick. A large number of fragments shot out like a meteor shower under the control of the force field. Force field, dragon breath meteor punch. Traveler used spells to block and counterattack while observing a faint purple mark on the back of his hand. His yellow crystal eyes faintly emitted a purple, evil light. My life force isn't enough. I need to sacrifice more. The two of them fought fiercely outside Black Star Palace. Traveler's fighting style was strange, occasionally sacrificing his health, while Ames used many types of force field, such as traction, compression, vibration, explosion, slash, and so on. In her hands, the force field Esper ability displayed very strong control. After bringing Hello out to train, Ames had also improved. Her control of her Esper ability had reached a new level. While the two of them were fighting fiercely, Herluz, who was watching from the watchtower in the base, quietly ordered the fleet to split up and leave, forming a huge encirclement. Focus, Herluz said in a low voice. Herluz's tone was low. Preheat the space stabilizing device. Once I give the order, activate the device and trap Traveler. This was related to the Vice Army Commander. So who cared about morality? They directly attacked together. Even Ames did not plan to fight Traveler one-on-one. Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or not, it was best to take down Traveler first. Ames went up to fight the opponent, mainly to distract the opponent so that the fleet could secretly set up a trap. She was afraid that the opponent would open a teleportation gate and run away. At the same time, the dynasty received news from Han Shao and immediately mobilized. The Beyond Grade, as in the dynasty's territory, all received missions and set off from their territories, heading toward the Stargate station. In Kant's spaceship, the few Beyond Grade, as who were urgently gathered this time, all used remote projections to gather there. They hurried along while having a meeting. Ethereal really doesn't learn his lesson. During the battle on Planet Lighthouse more than 20 years ago, he was taught a lesson by me and Black Star. Less than 30 years later, he actually came out to cause trouble again. Bayoni curled his lips, and a few sparks flew out from between his teeth. The other party's actions are very sudden. Their target is Hela. We're the closest now, so it's best if we go over as soon as possible. Khan also became serious. Most of the dynasty's allies were assigned to the flickering world, and many of them were participating in the free competition outside. They were too far away and could not make in time. Currently, the Beyond Grade, as in the dynasty's territory, could reach the frontline battlefield of the Black Star Core as soon as possible. For now, only Kant's Lord's avatar, the recuperating Raven Loudy, the slacking Bayoni, and the idle Kohler were there. I heard that Kasui's avatar is also there. Isn't a little dangerous? Kohler whispered. Kant's Kazalin glared at him. Useless. With me here, what are you afraid of? I can take down all of Ethereal alone. Really? Kohler had a doubtful expression. Nonsense, of course it's fake. Why are you still asking if you know? Can't you just let me enjoy myself? Kant rolled his eyes. If I had that ability, Dark Lord would be my follower. Raven Loudy did not interrupt. He remained silent with a gloomy expression. He had just been beaten up by Han Shao not long ago, so he was actually not very willing to help. However, every time he helped, the dynasty would provide a sizable reward and merit. It was a sponsored partnership. Forget it. I heard that the Black Star Corps is in a critical situation this time. If I help him get through this, he'll owe me a favor. By then, I can ask Black Star to get me a universal treasure. Thinking of this possibility, Ravenloft's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. At the same time, after the dynasty sent out reinforcements, the upper echelons also paid close attention to this matter. In the conference room of the dynasty's mother planet, Ruler Urinril looked at the frontline battle footage sent back by the Black Star Corps with a cold expression. The remote projections of the dynasty's upper echelons on both sides also turned to look at the footage. The atmosphere was solemn. Ethereal still refuses to give up and wants to harm our ally again. Urinril glanced around coldly. What do you all think? Everyone exchanged glances. After a while, Bekarodi raised his hand and slowly said, Your Excellency Ruler, according to the intelligence, Ethereal's target is Hela, and Hela is not our Beyond Grade A ally. Hela is the Deputy Army Commander of the Black Star Corps, so the Black Star Corps is of course our ally. But she has always refused to join the dynasty. Your Excellency Ruler, I suggest that we separate the two matters. Black Star is Black Star, and Hela is Hela. Now that Black Star has asked for reinforcements in his own name, we're helping him out of the agreement. However, this is equivalent to him using the dynasty's strength for nothing and benefiting his own faction. My idea is we can help our ally, but we can't be used without any cost. Protecting Black Star is what we should do, but protecting a Beyond Grade A who is not our ally? No, I think we have to make a condition. We can't help him for free, Bekarodi said righteously. Then what do you think? Urinril frowned slightly. If Black Star is only able to get through this because of our help, I think we have to make a condition. Hela has to join the dynasty. Of course, she can continue to serve the Black Star Corps, but she has to become the dynasty's ally and sign an agreement. That makes sense. Urinril pondered for a while. What if Hela is killed? It's a loss for the dynasty, but there are still other benefits. If Hela dies, Black Star will definitely be on the opposite side of Ethereal. The meeting of the gods will basically be nullified, and the Beyond Grade as won't be able to unite, eliminating a threat. At the same time, having an external enemy will be beneficial to pulling the relationship between the dynasty and Black Star closer, and his loyalty will be strengthened. Therefore, whether the rescue is successful or not, the dynasty will definitely benefit, Beccarotti said. Many of the senior officials nodded. Logically speaking, they felt that Beccarotti's analysis made sense. Unravel did not comment. She tapped the table with her finger. Seeing that no one had anything else to say, she said with a deep voice, "No matter what, support the Black Star Corps with all your strength first. We'll talk about the rest later." Yes. The remote projections disappeared one after another. Unravel left the conference room. Dark Emperor Claudia, who had been waiting outside the door, covered her with the ruler's coat and followed behind. After walking for a while, Unravel suddenly said, "Claudia, what do you think is the probability of Hela being safe this time?" "Very low." Claudia was expressionless. "Even with the dynasty's help?" "That's right." "Why?" "Radiance would not just stand by and watch." "How do you know?" "The Mecha Empire told me." Unravel was speechless. "All right, this is a very good reason. I have nothing to say." It seems like the Mecha Empire really cares about the beyond grade A battlefront. Unravel stopped and turned to look at Claudia. "You're also a beyond grade A super. Don't you have any opinion on this?" Claudia's face was calm. "My first identity is a member of the Red Empire. My second identity is the captain of the personal guards of the dynasty ruler. My third identity is a beyond grade." Unravel shook her head and turned around. She was silent for a moment before speaking softly. "You've been my personal guard for too long. Stop your duties after a while. Go out and kill a few beyond grade as before coming back. Don't let this universe forget the name of the Dark Emperor." "Okay," Claudia calmly replied. At the same time, in Beast Ancestor's stronghold, they've indeed made their move. In the hall, Garutin laughed loudly. His powerful lungs emitted sound waves that almost materialized, causing the entire base to tremble. Just a moment ago, he learned from Sorokin that the information he leaked had sent Hela into a desperate situation. His plan had succeeded, and he had taken his revenge. Garutin could not help but feel very happy. Sorokin's manifestation stood in front of him with a smile on his face. "Your Excellency, Beast Ancestor, your territory is not far from the battlefield. Do you want to join in the fun?" Hearing this, Garutin stopped laughing. His sharp eyes stared straight at Sorokin, and he said with a hoarse voice, "Are you trying to bewitch me again? I wouldn't dare." Sorokin hurriedly waved his hands. "Humph." Garutin snorted coldly. He casually picked up the large wine glass beside him and gulped it down. "Anyway, I'm just going to watch the show here and wait for the news of Hela's death. I'm not going anywhere. Don't worry, I'm not trying to instigate you to join the battle. The dynasty will definitely send reinforcements at this time, and they're on the way. If the dynasty's reinforcements arrive, Hela might be able to escape this calamity. So, instead of sitting here doing nothing, why don't you secretly help? What idea do you have now?" "Hee. According to my calculations, the first step of Ethereal attacking the Black Star stronghold will definitely be to remove the Stargate stations and activate the space-stabilizing device to cut off Hela's escape route. Therefore, if the dynasty's reinforcements want to come, they can only go through the nearby Stargate. Your Excellency Beast Ancestor, if the nearby Stargate stations are closed or removed, the dynasty's reinforcements will have to take a longer route. This way, Hela will be isolated for a longer period of time, and the success rate of the plan will greatly increase." Garutin's eyes sparkled. He put down his wine glass and said, "What you said makes sense," Sorokin smiled. "Primeval Star River, mechanical race territory." Manison slowly opened his eyes and opened an encrypted communication channel. "Morniza, are you guys on the move?" "Teacher, the multidimensional sky opening device has started to activate. We'll set off at any time." "Got it." Manison nodded, changed the channel, and spoke to the Apostle Weapons team. "Keep a close eye on Beast Ancestor. He might make a move. No matter what he wants to do, stop him." "Understood." After giving a few orders, Manison closed his eyes again and softly muttered to himself, "Blackstar, this is all I can do for you today. Don't disappoint me." Chapter 1053. Rumble. The death energy was like a surging red flood, sweeping across the land and crashing into an energy shield, triggering an endless amount of sparks and electric arcs. Mechanical catastrophe. Francisco's Lord's avatar opened his arms and maintained the shield, fighting against the flood of death energy. The patterns on his mechanical body all lit up with a bright psionic light, and the thrusters on his back were already at full power, shooting out 6 deep blue tail flames dozens of meters long. However, he could not stop himself from retreating and was pushed back by the death energy. Turning around, he saw Red Devil Tolian and Desolate Beast Mercer hiding behind a shield, occasionally popping their heads out to cast shockwave blast or offensive spells before quickly retreating. Seeing this, Mechanical Catastrophe Francois was furious. "You're clearly a melee fighter, yet you're acting like cowards, hiding behind me. What? Are you two using me as a cover? Stop messing around, attack." Francisco was furious. The battle had already lasted for a while, and the situation on several battlefields had changed. Blackstar and Kasuna were still fighting fiercely, and more mechanical troops broke through Kasuna's defense line and came to support Hela. Since Hela had more and more helpers, she was free to strengthen her attacks, causing Tolian and Mercer to become more and more cautious. Originally, the 3 of them still had the upper hand, but now, the situation was showing signs of equalizing. The main reason was the mechanical troops that Kasuna had leaked out. With Blackstar's mechanical force bonuses, they were quite strong and could not be ignored. They perfectly played the role of the best teammates and stirred up *T on the battlefield. The fleet battlefield outside the atmosphere was not looking good either. The mechanical troops controlled by Francisco were being invaded by Han Zhao's virtual presence. From time to time, mechanical soldiers would turn around and attack their own people, causing a portion of the fleet to break free from the restraints and provide support to Hela with long-range attacks, distracting the 3 of them. Mechanical Catastrophe. Francisco had to deal damage, tank damage, restrain the fleet, and even split his attention to guard the mechanical army's underwear in the virtual world to prevent Blackstar from tearing them apart. Being both a father and a mother at the same time, Francisco felt very tired. "It's too hard for me. I can't even sit in jail in peace." Only Sagman's side could give him some comfort. At this moment, Sagman and Taylor were in a good situation, and they were about to destroy all the Stargates. Once the 2 of them complete their mission, they'll be able to come over and help. At that time, we'll be able to break the stalemate and obtain an absolute advantage. We'll be able to crush Hela to death, Francis thought. He knew that the Arcane Church had secretly provided Taylor with a special trump card that could control Hela. According to the plan, once the 5 of them met up, they would use it to deal a fatal blow to Hela. This trump card was a few magic scrolls, all of which were one-time consumable items. They stored extremely powerful, ethereal, exclusive forbidden spells, fused with the power of divine spells. Among them, the most powerful one was called Forbidden Spell, Sorrowful Nun's Embrace. This forbidden spell required the cooperation of many people to cast, and it was also very time-consuming to cast. However, it could be cast instantaneously when stored in a magic scroll. Because the Arcane Church had a period of prosperity for the mages a long time ago, many beyond grade and forbidden spell scrolls were passed down. The forbidden spell stored in this scroll was set up by 4 beyond grade A mages, and one of them was even a peak beyond grade A mage. As a result, the power of this scroll was extremely high. Only Taylor, Sagman, and Francis knew about these scrolls. The other teammates did not know about it, including Kasui. The Arcane Church knew Kasui's character. He was already unwilling to be surrounded by so many people to bully a new beyond grade A super. If he knew that Ethereal was planning to use such a one-time trump card in advance, it might cause some trouble. Therefore, Ethereal did not tell him about it. Their only request for Kasui was to block Blackstar. As for why they only told Taylor, Sagman, and Francis, it was because the 3 of them were the most trustworthy and had the least integrity. Anyway, as long as they used the scroll, the other teammates would focus their fire on them as well. On the other side, the Crimson Snake had already transformed into its combat form, covering its face. Gila's figure was nimble as she shuttled through the battlefield, scattering death energy while feeling anxious. She also understood the situation. Although she could hold on for a while with the help of the mechanical army, she knew that this stalemate would be broken very soon. As long as Sagman and Taylor joined the battle, she would definitely not be able to hold on for much longer. If she did not do anything, she would die a slow death. Although Han Shao had just sent her a message saying that his main body was on the way, Hela would not completely rely on others in times of danger. Instead, she would try her best to save herself. The reinforcements have yet to arrive, and the other two strong enemies will join the battle at any time. If I want to live, I have to survive the siege of the 5 of them. Even with the help of the mechanical army and the fleet, it's still a hopeless situation. I still have to rely on myself. What other trump cards do I have? Hela kept herself calm and quickly thought about how to get out of this situation. Ideas popped up one after another, but they were all eliminated by her. Very soon, there was only one way left in her mind. I can only try my best. Hela clenched her teeth. The thick beam pierced through the Stargate station of the last stronghold. The broken parts flew everywhere. The energy blast of the explosion made the shields of the defense fleet around flicker, triggering plasma arcs one after another. The Stargate station has been destroyed. Let's go. Sagman did not want to continue fighting. He suddenly turned into a cluster of light golden light that enveloped Taylor. Then he suddenly accelerated, turned into a stream of light, and left the battlefield of the Stargate station. Dragging a light golden tail that had the texture of particles, he headed straight for Hela in the distance. Because he knew that activating the space stabilizing device would affect his summoning skills, Taylor had made preparations in advance. He had already prepared a bunch of summoning scrolls, and when the teleportation device appeared, he crazily tore them apart, creating a rather large number of summoned beasts. As for himself, he temporarily changed his style from the summoning style to the canon style to adapt to the environment. He was good at summoning, but that did not mean that he did not learn the spells of other schools. It was just that he was not that good at it. A beyond grade, a super basically had many backup battle styles, especially mages who were known for having many tricks up their sleeves. No matter what battle style they were good at, they could always turn it into a cannon when needed. Regardless of whether the firepower was strong or not, as long as they could shoot, it would be fine. Under Kasui's control, a small number of mechanical soldiers were able to pass through, and they tried to stop the 2 of them. However, in light form, Sagman was extremely nimble. He took many twists and turns, but he did not engage the mechanical army head-on. It was only because Taylor was a beyond grade A that he was carrying. If it were an ordinary person, they would have probably vomited their guts out. Sagman's Esper ability was related to light energy, so his turning speed was extremely fast. He drew a huge circle, shook off the mechanical soldiers that tried to stop him, and entered the battlefield where Hela was, hovering in midair of the planet. You're finally here. Hurry and help. Mechanical catastrophe. Francisco had had enough of orphan teammates, so he was as excited as if he had seen his family. Sagman and Taylor looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Create an opportunity and use the forbidden spell scroll. The 2 of them did not say anything and joined the battle. Light energy shockwaves and offensive spells were cast out like they did not cost money, showing their explosive nature. Rumble. Explosions occurred in midair, and mechanical soldiers were shot down one after another. Hela was instantly surrounded by danger, and she had no choice but to stop all her attacks and focus on defense. After the 2 of them joined the team, their combat power was completely overwhelming. It was like a seesaw. With the help of the fleet and the mechanical army, Hela finally managed to pull the slanted board to the center. At this time, 2 300-kilogram babies came from the other side and sat down, sending Hela, who was on the other side, flying. At the same time, in the battlefield outside the atmosphere, Han Zhao's Lord's avatar glanced at Hela's predicament and said in Kasui's exclusive chat window, Hela won't be able to block the attacks of 5 people. Don't block me and let me through. How do you want to act? Kasuyi asked. Give me a hard one. Send my lord's avatar and part of my mechanical army over. Ethereal asked me to stall you, so it's impossible for me to send you back. Furthermore, if you join that battlefield, I'll have to follow you. At that time, I'll have to make a move on Hela, and she'll be in more danger. Kasui shook his head slightly. Acting was acting, and he did not plan to offend Ethereal. Although the water he had given in was enough to form an ocean, Kasui could not do it openly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Then, why don't you use an AoE attack at the critical moment and interrupt your teammates' attacks? Just say that it was an accident. My psychic power can be retracted and released freely. There's no possibility of accidental injury. Then, why don't you just let me destroy your avatar? That's the most convenient. No, let's not talk about whether your lord's avatar has the ability to defeat my avatar. I still have to stay here to prevent any accidents. That old guy from the Mecha Empire said that Radiance is going to make a move. I have to pretend to snatch Hela from them and restrain some of them. Han Xiao was speechless. What was the self-cultivation of an actor? This was it. This was so professional that it touched ethereal. This won't work, that won't work. What should we do? Radiance will come out at any time, Kasui said. At that time, I can turn around and attack Radiance, and her situation will not be so dangerous. If Hela can hold on for now, it's best to wait and see what happens. I have to think about it. Han Xiao pondered. The two actors were quietly looking at the script, but at this time, something unexpected happened. Swoosh! Under the crazy attacks of the 5 people, Hela revealed a slight opening. Mechanical catastrophe, Francisco took the opportunity and clapped his hands, releasing an extremely strong plasma electromagnetic field that passed through the gap created by the death energy and applied on Hela. Sizzle. The electric arcs crackled, and Hela's body froze. Her movements revealed a bigger opening. Sagman and Francisco chased after her and threw out even more powerful control skills to restrain Hela. Strange. Since we joined the team, she has been a little distracted. This thought flashed through Sagman's mind, but before he could think about it, he shouted at Taylor in the mental group chat. Use the scroll. I've already prepared it. Without saying anything, Taylor tore open a black magic scroll with white patterns. The scroll suddenly shone brightly. Walala! It was as if a 1,000-year-old cage had been opened. Countless pale, white magic runes shot out of the scroll like wild dragons that had just broken free, all of them hitting Hela. The next moment, the surface of Crimson Snake, first generation's armor, was covered with strange pale white runes. The overall outline was like the shape of an enchanting woman, and it attached itself to Hela's body in the form of a rune pattern. The female pattern slowly opened her arms and made a hugging motion. A strange force suddenly descended, and Hela realized that her mobility had been sealed. Her body was fixed in midair, and her energy quickly calmed down. She could not move at all. Forbidden spell. Weeping Nun's Embrace. Focus fire. The control time was limited, so Sagman did not dare waste any time. He roared in the group chat and used all his attack methods to bombard Hela. Tolian and Mercer immediately reacted. Although they did not know what was going on, they would not let go of such a good opportunity to attack. They both unleashed their strongest attacks. Rumble. Hela's figure was instantly drowned in the colorful explosion of energy. It looked bright and dazzling, but it was actually very powerful. Kasui's doppelganger suddenly turned around. Forbidden spell scroll? Did Su Ling still have a trick up his sleeve? Seeing this, he did not intend to negotiate anymore. Psychic power gushed out, grabbed all the mechanical troops, including Han Zhao's Lord's Avatar, and threw them directly toward Hela's battlefield to provide him with acceleration. Damn, he's really decisive. Flying in midair, Han Xiao used Kasui's momentum to accelerate toward Hela's position. However, he was not in a hurry. Kasui did not know Hela's situation and thought that Hela was in danger. However, Han Xiao knew that Hela had the ability to instantly revive. Although this wave of attacks seemed fierce, it would not be able to kill Hela. It would only be able to knock out her revival ability. However, This means that I might have to use a backup plan. Han Xiao frowned. If Hela's instant revival ability was not knocked out, he could take the risk later. However, now, Han Xiao felt that he might have to change his plan. However, before he arrived at the battlefield, a dense life energy suddenly erupted at Hela's position. Woo! Golden life energy shot up into the sky like a fountain. The vigorous aura made everyone stunned at the same time. Sagman and the other four, who were bombarding indiscriminately, were shocked to find that although they kept causing heavy damage to Hela, those shocking injuries recovered in a breath's time. After the effect of the forbidden spell ended, Hela broke free from the shackles and escaped. Her Crimson First Edition was already in tatters, revealing large areas of skin covered in bloody wounds. However, the life energy nourished her body, and the wounds that opened up closed in the blink of an eye. Not even a scar was left behind, and her skin became smooth and white again. Sagman and the others widened their eyes in shock. How is this possible? Such a terrifying recovery ability. How does she have such strength? Also, why does it feel a little familiar? The next moment, everyone turned their heads and looked at Han Zhao's Lord's avatar in midair in shock. Isn't this Black Star's ability? Why does Hela have it too? If there were any similarities between the two of them, could this be the traditional ability of Blue Star people? At this moment, Kasui's voice sounded faintly. Black Star, are you Blue Star people all unkillable? No, we don't have that kind of talent. Han Xiao smiled awkwardly. If it wasn't his Lord's avatar, but his main body, he would probably take a deep breath. Hela had opened up the distance life link with Aurora during the battle. Otherwise, how could she burst out with life energy? She actually learned a new ability at the last minute. Little sister, are you also a main character type character? That doesn't make sense. You're clearly a villain. Han Xiao was speechless. To Hela, activating the distance life link with Aurora was equivalent to opening up her conception and governing vessels, and she could fly into the sky in an instant. Her combat power didn't increase, but she always had a super healer with her. As long as Aurora didn't exhaust her stamina, Hela had terrifying recovery ability, endurance, and endurance. Han Xiaoxin's head twitched, and he almost wanted to call the police. I thought I was already crazy enough, but I didn't expect you to be such a cheat. If Hela also had this accessory of Aurora in his previous life, he didn't dare to imagine what the result would be. It was a pity that before Hela's cheat could be obtained, it was destroyed by the Germinal organization leader. Again, Hela's aura surged, and her battle intent surged. The current Aurora could already use this method to fight side by side with her, helping her escape a life and death crisis. As the saying went, sisters of the same mind could cut through metal. Hela's mentality was already different from before, and she didn't reject Aurora's help. The recovery of a beyond grade, a super, required even more life force energy. But Aurora had also entered the calamity grade, so her stamina was long enough to back her up, giving her the ability to do whatever she wanted. Hearing Hela's clamor, Sagman and the others were bewildered and didn't know if they should continue to attack. Han Xiao stopped in midair and did not continue to approach. Kasui also watched from afar. Everyone stopped what they were doing. They looked at each other and stared at each other. Suddenly, the atmosphere was filled with a strange atmosphere. However, at this moment, everyone present suddenly felt a strange fluctuation, and they all turned their heads to look at it. Buzz! Not far away from the stronghold, a Radiant Federation fleet broke through the space stabilization device and appeared on the battlefield. In front of the fleet, 7 beyond grade, as stood in a row, looking at everyone present. The gazes of both sides collided in midair. Kasui looked up and said, "They're here." Seeing such a flashy entrance, Han Xiao could not help but praise the other party in his heart. Radiant Federation, join the battle. Chapter 1054. In the Black Star Palace, the battle between Ames and Traveler was reaching its climax. Under the control of the force field, the satellite brick was like a gigantic iron fist. It shattered Traveler's magic shield again and again, sending him flying everywhere like a baseball. It seemed like Ames had the absolute upper hand and was beating Traveler into a pulp. However, she was not happy at all. Instead, she became even more vigilant. There was a reason why Traveler was so weak. For some reason, he had used all replacement many times. He was selling his health like crazy, and his attributes were dropping like crazy. It was as if he was intentionally hurting himself. At the same time, the uncomfortable evil aura around him became more and more obvious. Things might change if we delay. We can't continue fighting with him. Ames looked around and nodded at the base in the distance. The officers on a watchtower could see her movement. She was hinting to activate the space-stabilizing trap and cut off Traveler's escape route. Seeing this, Haluz immediately gave the order. The ambush team is in position. Listen up, activate. Before he could finish, the situation suddenly changed. Suddenly, Traveler's body exploded with purple and green energy. It was so thick that it looked like a flowing liquid. It looked like the tentacles of an octopus, with particles that looked like suction cups. It also looked like boiling potions that kept bubbling and expanding. The energy twisted and danced crazily, condensing into translucent greenish-purple energy tentacles that were almost solid. Instead of saying that the Traveler had released the energy, it was more accurate to say that the energy tentacles were pushing open the Traveler's body and trying to squeeze themselves out. Ames's eyes narrowed. She did not have the habit of watching others transform. Without saying anything, she gathered her force field. Circles of force field spun rapidly around her like small whirlpools. They quickly turned into the shape of a drill. After pausing for a moment, they suddenly shot toward Traveler. The next moment, the purple and green energy around Traveler twisted and wrapped around him, forming an outer layer. The force field hit the outer layer, but could not penetrate it. It only pushed him a distance away. He looked unscathed. Ah, it's useless, useless, useless. Traveler laughed like a madman. It was as if he had become a completely different person. His entire being was filled with an indescribable evil aura. He gave off a very filthy feeling. Just by looking at him, a large number of army warriors felt their hearts palpitating and their breaths short. In the way the interface described it, everyone had passed a willpower test. Ames kept attacking, but the purple energy surrounding Traveler was extremely tough. It actually blocked all of her attacks. She did not know what kind of energy it was. At this moment, Traveler suddenly raised his hands high, his eyes filled with eagerness. The expert in front of me is the sacrifice your husband has offered to me. Answer my call, my lovely wife. Rumble. Energy blossomed with a loud bang, spreading out endlessly. The black velvet-like space was dyed purple and green, and the two colors intertwined with each other. The nature of this area changed at this moment. Warning, warning. The space-time coefficient is fluctuating violently, and the wave crest has broken through the stable safety line of reality. Space stabilizer overloaded. Warning, the stabilizing anchor was damaged. Stability failure, requesting an increase in the number of space stabilizers. Analyzing event model. Analysis complete. Match similarity rate, 100%. Event, secondary dimension descends. If space was a piece of paper, the space-time stability coefficient would be the degree of wrinkling on the paper. The more stable it was, the smoother the paper would be. At this moment, this piece of paper was crumpled into a ball, and another piece of paper, representing a secondary dimension, wrapped it up. Secondary dimensions were dangerous and wonderful, and they were born for different reasons. If they descended into the main universe, they would change the nature of the space in a certain area, turning it into a secondary dimension. Most of the time, this was a disaster. Han Xiao had once seen a treasure called the Shadow Lantern in the Dynasty. The wick of the lantern was a fragment of the Shadow Dimension's origin energy, and its effect was to summon the Shadow Dimension. Traveler's current actions were similar to this ability. This secondary dimension filled with evil aura slowly opened outside Black Star Palace. Ames and the many fleets were in the dark purple space, as if they had been swallowed by this secondary dimension. Endless energy tentacles stretched out of thin air, each of them at least 100,000 meters long. They waved unconsciously, and the fleets were smashed into chaos, their shields flashing with electric arcs. Ames frowned. She controlled her force field and constantly crushed the tentacles. But new tentacles continued to stretch out from this secondary dimension. Seeing this, she could only target Traveler's body and continuously release her force field. Bang! Bang! Traveler did not dodge and just floated in place. His palms with purple imprints kept waving, and purple-green waves of energy followed the trajectory of his palms. It was as if the energy was endless, and under his control, it easily extinguished Ames's force field. I was once defeated by Olu and witnessed his terrifying ability. This prompted me to embark on the path of pursuing secondary dimensions. Purple and green lines spread on Traveler's face, and his condition continued to recover. He laughed wildly. Finally, I found a new power. Let me introduce this secondary dimension is called Evil Convergence, and it is my wife. In its body, I can absorb endless energy. Tell Black Star to come out. You're no match for me. You haven't defeated me yet. Ames narrowed her eyes, and a solemn look flashed across her face. Traveler glanced around and saw countless fleets rising from Black Star Palace, setting up more space stabilization anchors around. Seeing this, he did not care and smiled coldly. After causing such a huge commotion, Black Star would definitely not sit back and do nothing. His goal had been achieved, and now it was just a matter of when Black Star would come. However, he still had to add fuel to the fire and continue to put pressure on Black Star. With this thought in mind, Traveler looked at Ames and licked his lips. Then I'll chew you up first. Emerald Star Cluster, Black Star Core, Frontline Battlefield. The appearance of the Radiant Federation attracted the attention of everyone present. They all stopped what they were doing and had different expressions on their faces. The ones who appeared were the 6 people led by Serene, and Guardian Romo, who was providing remote support, was not present. 126 Beyond Great Ass. Hella's heart sank, and the excitement of opening the distanceless life link quickly faded. If these people were here to take her life, she felt that she had no chance of surviving. Even though she was connected to Aurora's life energy, Aurora's stamina was limited, and it would be exhausted sooner or later. With so many Beyond Grade as working together, it was enough to kill her countless times. The way she saw it, even if her recovery speed was amazing, it was only a matter of time before she died in the face of such overwhelming strength. Plus, having a strong recovery speed did not mean that she would not be controlled or captured by the enemy. Sister, Aurora's anxious call came through telepathy. Hella felt the life energy continuously flowing out of her body, and her sharp eyes gradually softened. She subconsciously turned to look at Han Zhao's Lord's avatar in the sky. When they were besieged earlier, she had analyzed the situation and felt that the only way to save herself was to successfully connect with Aurora. Therefore, during the battle, she had split her attention to cooperate with Aurora and tried to establish a link time and time again. It was unknown if it was because of the eruption of her potential at the critical moment of life and death, or for some unknown reason, but the secondary dimension that acted as an obstacle had some changes and gradually stopped absorbing life energy midway. Once this obstacle was eliminated, the link between the two was successfully established. Aurora could finally share her energy with Hella through the soul and bloodline connection. Just as everyone was watching, the Radiant Federation's fleet moved. A large number of drones and mechanical troops were dispatched to attack the defense fleet of the planet Stronghold. The other spaceships quickly changed their formation. The engineering spaceships came to the edge of the formation, released arc-shaped mechanical parts, and started to assemble the multi-dimensional sky-opening transportation device. They also needed to encircle the fleet vertically and horizontally. The 6 Radiant Beyond Grade as quickly approached the battlefield where Hella and the others were. Sierran crossed his arms, looked down at Hella, Sagman, and the others and said coldly, "Looks like we arrived at just the right time." Kasui's avatar slowly flew over. "Even Radiant is involved. Humph, your ethereal is really useless. You still haven't killed Hela," Sierran said coldly. "Since Radiant is here, their goal must be the same as ours. Why don't we work together to kill Hela?" Sagman said with a deep voice. "She just revealed a recovery ability similar to Black Star's. If we work together, we will have a higher chance of killing her." Hades rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "All right, since we all have the same goal, let's form an alliance." Sierran paused, thought about it, and did not explain their true goal. There were many people in Ethereal, and it was not the right time to reveal their cards. It was best to work together first. Hearing this, Sagman and the others were overjoyed, but Hela's heart sank. "Looks like today is the day I die." This time, Han Zhao's Lord's avatar landed beside her, took out a new set of compressed orbs for the Crimson Snake first-generation mechanical suit, opened it instantly, and helped Hela change her mechanical suit. Hela looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and said softly in the communication channel, "Black Star, if I die today, please take care of my sister in the future." "You won't die today." Han Zhao shook his head. "There's no need to comfort me. There are more than 10 Beyond Grades here. This situation is even more terrifying than what you faced back then. Even if you come personally, you won't be able to save me. Don't come with your main body. Go, don't save me. You'll be in danger too. You won't know until you try." Han Zhao did not comment. Hela shook her head, paused, and said in a low voice, "I owe you too much. You've been taking care of me for decades. Actually, I'm really thankful to you." Han Zhao looked sideways. "Why are you suddenly saying your last words? This is not like you." Don't worry, I won't wait for death. Even if I die, I'll cause the greatest damage to the enemy. I've been chasing after your back, and before I die, I'm finally qualified to stand beside you and fight side by side with you. I'm already very satisfied." Hela subconsciously reached out her hand, but she suddenly stopped halfway. After hesitating for a moment, she changed her action to patting Han Zhao's Lord's avatar's shoulder and sighed softly. The next second, her face became as cold as ice again, and energy burst out. Alone, she charged toward the dozen Beyond Grade, as in front of her. She only felt that it was a pity that the one beside her was not Han Zhao's main body. "However, before I die, I should be able to see you one last time, courting death." Sagman snorted coldly and led his companions to fight Hela again. In midair, just as Sierran was about to join the battle with his companions, he suddenly sensed danger. Boom! Boom! An extremely powerful psychic energy swept past, and the people of Radiance were shocked. They hurriedly used various means to defend themselves, but they were still sent flying. The psychic energy also contained a powerful psychic attack. Many people trembled, and their heads felt like they were about to explode. This change shocked everyone. Sagman and the other four quickly stopped and looked up in shock. The attacker was their leader, Kasui's avatar. Didn't they already become temporary allies? Why did His Excellency Kasui attack the people of Radiance? Hela's movements also paused, and she was extremely confused. Strange, why did the enemy suddenly have an internal conflict? Sierran shook his head and got rid of the slight dizziness. He glared at Kasui's avatar not far away. "What do you mean?" With his hands behind his back, Kasui slowly said, "The goal of Radiance is not just to kill Hela, right? You want to capture her alive and use her as a bargaining chip to force Black Star to do something for you." Sierran's eyes changed. Kasui was so sure that he must have received intelligence. There was no point in pretending anymore, so he did not bother to hide anymore. He coldly said, "Where did you get your intelligence from?" "Based on your usual style, I can guess," Kasui said calmly. "You only interfered in the middle of the battle and even brought the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device. Compared to killing, it's more like kidnapping. The 10,000 deity scepter is still in your hands. If I'm not wrong, you want to use Hela as a trade in exchange for Black Star to remove the seal on the 10,000 deity scepter for you." At this point, Kasui's psychic power suddenly surged as if he was angry. If it were anything else, it would be fine, but the 10,000 deity scepter is Ethereal's most precious treasure. The priority is Hela's life and death. Radiance still refuses to give up. Even if I give up the mission today, I'll stop you from kidnapping Hela. No matter what, the 10,000 deity scepter cannot be used by Radiance. Feeling Kasui's aura soaring into the sky, Han Xiao immediately looked over. Damn, best actor, you're even making up for it. This way, even if his actions were reported to the upper echelons of Ethereal, Ethereal would only praise Kasui for doing a good job. He suddenly thought, wait, this might not be an act. It might be the truth. Amazing, the highest level of acting is to even believe yourself. If they don't award you an Oscar, it's because they don't know what's good for them. P.S. There was a clerical error in the previous chapter. Radiant sent 6 people, not 7. One of them was long range. Also, I'll recommend the book The Mythical Three Kingdoms. It's a very famous old book. When I read in the past, it only had 3 to 4 million words. Now it's over 10 million words. Poison grass even healed me to show respect. Chapter 1055. The last time I applied for leave was on July 20th. Current progress, 5/7. P.S. From the beginning of the year until now, I have only rested for 5 days. On average, I only have 1 day off every 2 months. I feel that there is hope for the annual mission to be completed, SJSJ. PS2. Chidian's official website said that this chapter should be restored tomorrow. It seems that the previous chapters will also be restored. The last day of a national day of godly mechanic, 1 day off, May 7th. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1056. Radiance wanted to capture hostages to force Blackstar to unseal the 10,000 deity scepter. As expected, as soon as this was said, the expressions of Sagman and the others changed. Their gazes toward Radiance were filled with hostility and alertness. They did not doubt Kasui's judgment at all, not only because he was the leader of this operation, but also because his guess did make some sense. The people of the Arcane Church were already prejudiced against the Radiant Federation. If not for Radiance betraying them during the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, Ethereal would not have lost Ninja and the 10,000 deity scepter. Now that Kasui said that Radiance wanted to capture hostages, Sagman and the others recalled Radiance's style of doing things and felt that this was something Radiance would do. Ethereal and Radiance had been arguing for too long regarding the 10,000 deity scepter. The reason they could endure was because they knew that the 10,000 deity scepter was sealed and Radiance could not use it or study it. This was why they could tolerate the 10,000 deity scepter being temporarily occupied by Radiance. However, if the 10,000 deity scepter was unsealed, Ethereal would definitely not be able to sit still. Compared to Hela's life, the 10,000 deity scepter was obviously more important. Radiance could not be allowed to succeed. Of course, this was not something Kasui had guessed. It was also something the Mecha Empire had told him. Although Radiance was the old boss of the Mecha Empire, from Manison's plan, he naturally did not wish for a weapon like the 10,000 deity scepter to be used by any civilization. In his eyes, the seal was the best outcome. In that case, let's talk with our fists. Sierran's face turned cold, and his aura exploded. Powerful pugilist flames gushed out, and his voice reverberated like thunder. The few of you, go and deal with Hela first. I'll deal with Kasui. He's just a doppelganger. I'll go and support you guys after I destroy him. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his fist and shot out a powerful external energy fluctuation that was blazing, brutal, dazzling, and resplendent like the sun. Just like his nickname, the Star Crusher, his martial art style was known for crushing his opponents head-on. As a pinnacle beyond grade A pugilist, Garutan's style was violent and ferocious. On the other hand, Sierran's style was unstoppable. Compared to Garutan, Sierran's style was more upright and forceful. It wasn't the kind of fearsome ferocity. Instead, it was like the rotation of the stars and the overturning of the world, with an irreversible feeling. Not to be outdone, Kasui also burst forth with a powerful psychic power to meet the attack head-on. Rumble when the two collided, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. A blinding light suddenly lit up, and the world seemed to have turned into a vast expanse of white. Bang, 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 bang. Serene and Kasui exchanged blows, and then it was as if they turned into two intertwined phantoms. Their pugilist flames and void psychic power clashed thousands of times in an instant, creating shockwaves that rose into the sky and opened up another battlefield outside the atmosphere. At the same time, Radiance's group of 5 ignored Serene and quickly descended, facing Sagman's group of 5 from afar. Han Zhao's Lord's avatar stood on the side with Hela. The forces on the battlefield became 3 sides, forming a triangular situation. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding, and it could turn into a fierce battle at any time. Are these the 5 that came? Han Zhao sized up Radiance's lineup and nodded. He knew the combat strength of these people very well. Not only did he remember their performance in his previous life, but he also remembered the detailed information he had gathered during the meeting of the gods. The 5 people from Radiance before him were basically all mid-level combatants. The strongest among them should be Crystal Soul, who had a universal treasure called Star Power Crown. His position was similar to Ethereal Sagman, so he could be considered a mid-upper level combatant. The weakest was Hades, who had joined not long ago. His combat strength was only at the level of Tolian. The more noteworthy one was Morniza. Han Zhao remembered that she was a former student of the Mecha Empire. Before she became famous, she followed the Mecha Empire to learn about machinery. Later on, she stepped into the Beyond Grade A field. He did not know if she was an actress now. Just as Han Zhao was thinking, on the other side, Sagman's group of 5 was in a dilemma. They did not know whether to fight Hela or Radiance's group of 5 first. If they fought Hela first, Radiance's group of 5 would interfere from the side. If they were not careful, Radiance might even succeed. However, if they fought Radiance first, although their priority was higher, they felt that it would be very silly to leave Hela, who was halfway through the fight, and help her fight others. The Ethereal Factions group was in a dilemma. At this time, Hades from Radiance suddenly spoke in the wide area channel. The 5 of you from the Arcane Church, although we have different goals, we can't come here for nothing. If you fight us instead, we'll all become the joke of the universe. Why don't we get rid of Black Star's Lord's avatar first, then beat Hela until she can't fight back and control the situation. Then, we can discuss how to deal with her. In Hades' view, Serene would definitely be able to take care of Kasui's avatar. As long as they got rid of Black Star's Lord's avatar as well, they would have Serene, and Ethereal would lose their strongest link. Then, they would be able to control the situation and take Hela away. Hearing this, Sagman was a little hesitant. He raised his head and looked at Kasui, who was passionately fighting with the brilliance without saying anything, then looked at the Black Star clone and Hela, who were watching the show from the side. He made up his mind and nodded. Okay, take down Hela first. At this moment, he made a decision and did not intend to listen to Kasui's order. Just as Hades said, he felt that it would be a little silly to help Hela when he was still fighting, and he would easily become the joke of the universe. On one hand, Sagman and Kasui had different views, and he did not want to come here for nothing, so he wanted to take a gamble. If he could take the opportunity to kill Hela while working with Radiance, he would still destroy Radiance's plan and kill the hostage. Then, he would never have to worry about being caught by the enemy. It was perfect. On the other hand, it was a personal grudge. The feeling of being trapped in the space-time amber was not good, and he still remembered it clearly. He felt deeply ashamed and wanted to give Black Star a good beating. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to give up the opportunity to kill Hela and make Black Star feel heartache. Hela had shown a strange recovery ability earlier, so they were not suitable for a long battle. If the 10 Beyond Grade as worked together, their explosive power would suppress Hela's recovery ability to a certain extent. Therefore, Sagman was prepared to find a chance to kill Hela while the two sides worked together. He knew that both sides had their own ulterior motives, and even if they worked together, they would restrict each other openly and secretly. However, he had the confidence to create an opportunity to kill someone under Radiance's nose, and that was the few powerful, forbidden spell scrolls that he had not used yet. After a few words, both sides barely reached a consensus. The next second, the 10 beyond grade as of Radiance and Ethereal all turned around and looked at Hela with unfriendly gazes. A terrifying, oppressive feeling came crashing down like an avalanche. Hela's face could not help but turn pale, but her expression was still indifferent. At this time, a broad mechanical back moved in front of her, blocking all the hostile gazes and all the pressure. "Don't worry, I'm by your side." Han Zhao's laughter sounded in her ears. Hela was a little dazed. It was this familiar scene again. It was as if the back that protected her every time had overlapped at this moment. She could not calm her emotions. "Black Star, what? When will your main body arrive?" Han Zhao turned to look at her and said with a meaningful tone, "No rush, let me fly for a while." In the main hall of Beast Ancestor's stronghold, Garutin was drinking wine while chatting with Sorokin's manifestation, waiting for good news. After waiting for a while, Sorokin put down his cup and asked, "Your Excellency, Beast Ancestor, we're the troops you sent out. What's the rush? Are you worried about my subordinate's abilities?" Garutin was impatient. He had tasted Sorokin's silver tongue and was convinced. As long as he did not personally take the risk, Garutin was more than happy to add insult to injury for Hela. Not long ago, he had already issued an order for some officers to bring a fleet to destroy the surrounding Stargate stations in an attempt to cut off the dynasty's reinforcements so that they would not be able to arrive in time and ensure that Hela would not receive any reinforcements. It's better to ask. If the dynasty's reinforcements arrive, the nature of the matter will worsen again. Killing a beyond grade A under the Black Star Corps who has not joined the dynasty will not be a problem as long as we can end the battle quickly. If we have to fight the dynasty's troops head-on, Ethereal and Radiance might not be willing, Sorokin advised. "TSK, you have so many tricks up your sleeve." Garutin put down his cup with an impatient expression, took out his communicator, and contacted his officers. "Where are you? Have you arrived at the Stargate station?" "F.A. Father." The officers on the screen were trembling. "We were intercepted." Garutin's expression changed. "Who dares intercept my men?" "It's the Mecha Empire's mechanical army, led by their apostle weapons. We can't beat them." Whoosh! Garutin suddenly stood up and knocked over his wine cup, spilling wine all over the floor. His expression was one of bewilderment. Why is he intercepting my men for no reason? They were both peaked beyond grade so Garutin was not afraid of Manison. It was just that their classes were different, and he was not willing to provoke the Mecha Empire, which had many soldiers. Furthermore, the other party had intercepted his men without any warning. No matter how he looked at it, it was not a friendly signal. Sorokin was also a little surprised. He tapped the table lightly and suddenly had a plan. "I roughly guessed it. From the attitude of the Mecha Empire during the meeting of the gods, they definitely do not support the operation against Hela. They probably have already taken precautions. Since you were the one who first released the news, it can be said that this matter started because of you. Thus, the Mecha Empire had their eyes on you long ago. Now that they have taken action, it should be to stop you from destroying the Stargate." Thinking of this, Sorokin could not help but frown. He felt a headache coming on. With the Mecha Empire also involved in this matter, there were many variables out of nowhere. He originally thought that the operation against Radiance or Ethereal was in the bag, but now he felt a little uncertain. Sorokin had also known the Mecha Empire for a long time. He knew that this guy was also an old fox. Once Manison decided to intervene, it would definitely not be a small matter. He would only target Garutin's troops. Therefore, if he guessed correctly, the Mecha Empire probably had other arrangements. I originally thought that he was just going to watch from the sidelines. I didn't expect him to secretly stop the operation of his ally, Radiance. He's really bold. Then, I'm afraid that this operation will succeed. Sorokin could not help but hesitate. Among the hundreds of beyond grade as in the universe, only a few had the qualifications to make him wary. The Mecha Empire was one of them. While he was thinking, Garutin directly contacted the Mecha Empire and questioned, Manison, what are you trying to do by intercepting my men? Manison's face appeared on the screen. Did you forget our agreement during the meeting of the gods? Hela reduced my lifespan and killed many of my subordinates. You want me to just let it go? Garutin said coldly. Do you think that I, a peak beyond grade A, can't be compared to Hela? You don't want others to offend Black Star, but aren't you afraid of offending me? Because of you, she's already in danger. I hope that you won't pursue this matter. If she really dies, you won't have a good ending either. Manison shook his head. Humph, you said that Black Star will take revenge, right? Do you think that I'm afraid of him? Remember, he's the one who provoked me. If he wants to play, he'll play with me to the end. All right, let's see if he can afford to play now. I'll get rid of his right-hand men and teach him a lesson, Garutin said coldly. As the saying went, the more one thought about it, the angrier one would be. Every time he thought about how he had suffered such a huge loss and was even insulted by Black Star in front of him, he would become angrier. I hope that you'll think about the big picture, Manison said with a deep voice. I'm not the one who's going to make a move. Plus, that's your big picture, not mine. Garutin scoffed and said coldly, I'm giving you face by playing with you. This is between me and Black Star, and it has nothing to do with you. Why are you trying to persuade me? Do you really think that you're the leader of the Beyond Grade, and have the right to interfere in my business? Let me tell you, don't be so shameless. Manison narrowed his eyes, looked at him deeply, and hung up. Garutin snorted angrily, crushed the communicator, threw it aside, and walked toward the door. Where are you going? Sorokin hurriedly asked. Humph, the Mecha Empire intercepted my people. I can't just sit here and wait for them to release them. I'm going to bring them back now. If I have time, I'll destroy a few Stargate stations. Garutin walked straight out. On the frontline battlefield of the Black Star Core stronghold, the battle had been going on for quite a while, and the situation had completely turned into a three-way battle. After the Radiant Federation fleet and Mornese's mechanical army entered the battle, they once again tied down the defense fleet of the stronghold. The two sides fought around the planet, and the light of the cannons flashed continuously. The scene could be considered a galactic war. Serene and Kasui's doppelganger were still fighting. Kasui was a little too strong, and with his bottomless amount of mana, his doppelganger was able to fight back and forth with Serene for the time being. At the same time, he purposely separated the battlefield. This Void Movie King was actually helping Han Shao tie down the strongest part of the Radiance fleet. This way, the balance of power was balanced, which was a great help. Han Shao was secretly glad about this. If both of them were targeting Hela, the situation would have been very dangerous. In that case, he would have had no choice but to carry out the final plan. However, even if there were actors on the other side, the situation on Hela's side was very serious. Radiance and Ethereal had a total of 10 beyond grade as, and their attacks were overwhelming and terrifying. After successfully connecting with Aurora, the super healer, Hela had no way of fighting back at all. This had nothing to do with her recovery ability anymore. It was a complete suppression. No matter how many times she recovered, she would be crippled. If not for the fact that she could absorb Aurora's life energy, Hela's revival ability would have been activated long ago. Furthermore, Han Shao did not care about the losses and took away part of the pressure. With so many beyond grade as working together, the power was naturally not as simple as 1 + 1. Han Zhao's mechanical army was blown up countless times, and it was close to the upper limit of his waste modification ability. If this continued, he would not be able to recover. Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco had set up a layer of space stabilization anchors and wormhole disruptors. After the Radiant Federation fleet arrived, they set up a second layer, causing the space in this area to be too stable. Han Shao could not open the Dimension Factory and secondary dimensional army boxes, so he could not summon any subordinates. The only thing he could use was the troops in the stronghold. Therefore, he could only use virtual intrusion to deal with the space stabilization devices first. However, Radiance and Ethereal both had this trick up their sleeves, especially Radiance. Not only did they have Morniza, but they also had a beyond grade of virtual mechanic to provide long-range assistance to guard the main artificial intelligence. The virtual defense line was like wearing a chastity belt, flawless and impenetrable. If the mechanical army was destroyed, just one Lord's avatar alone would not be able to deal with 10 beyond grade as. Luckily, the other side is not united. Ethereal and Radiance are wary of each other, which more or less affects their combined strength. They can only use 70 to 80% of their strength at most, Han Xiao thought to himself. He turned around and looked. Currently, he and Hela were separated. Not far away, countless attacks were being thrown at Hela. The situation was dangerous. Hela was taking a huge amount of damage every second, and the light of her life force did not disappear at all. Even a calamity grade like Aurora won't be able to handle such a huge consumption. It won't be long before she's exhausted by her sister. Thinking of this, Han Xiaoxin calmed down. At the same time, Sagman and the others surrounded Hela and gave instructions to their teammates. Later, when Radiance focuses their attacks on Hela, Taylor, use all those scrolls. Use some of them to block Radiance's people and don't let them interfere. Meanwhile, we will attack with all our strength and use the scrolls to finish off Hela before she recovers, shattering her soul. Got it. Taylor nodded and prepared to use the scrolls at any time. Just as everyone was concentrating, an incomparably huge energy source suddenly broke into the range of everyone's perception. It was rapidly approaching at an astonishing speed. Someone's coming again. Everyone was shocked, pausing their actions, and hurriedly looked up. They saw a stream of light flying over from afar, all of which were the exhaust flames of mechanical soldiers. It was a mech legion, and it was extremely large, at least 10 times the size of all the mechanics present combined. At the very front was a figure wrapped in dark blue flames. Like a meteor, it headed straight for Hela's battlefield. Who is that? Could it be that it's here to support Hela? Sagman was shocked. He turned around and realized that Radiance's group of 5 also had the same confused expression. Right at this moment, everyone suddenly saw Serene, who was fighting in the sky, abandon his opponent and head straight for that rapidly approaching blue meteor, intending to intercept it and prevent it from meeting up with Hela. Seeing the two figures collide, in the next moment, everyone present suddenly widened their eyes, almost not daring to believe the scene in front of them. Boom! A mist of blood exploded with a loud bang. The one who was sent flying was Serene. He was like a baseball that was hit by a bat. He spun and spun backward while spitting out blood. Along with him was a bloody, severed arm. Serene had a total of 4 arms, and one of them was broken. What? Sagman, the Federation, and the others were shocked and could not believe their eyes. Severely injuring Serene in one hit? Where did this guy come from? This time, this figure collided with Serene and was also forced to stop in midair. The flames wrapped around him disappeared, revealing a figure that everyone recognized. He looked down at the 10 beyond grade as surrounding Hela. At this moment, except for Kasi, all the beyond grade as of the Federation and the Church were stunned. Their hearts were filled with shock, and they blurted out their names. Black Star. Why is it him? Isn't his main body in the base? Why did he come to the battlefield? Many of the beyond grade as present did not realize that just by seeing Han Zhao's main body arrive, their confidence in this operation was reduced by more than half. Facing Han Zhao's Lord's avatar, they still dared to bully him. But facing Han Zhao's main body, many of them immediately lost their courage. It was like they had only wanted to team up to kill an elite monster, but suddenly met the final boss. Han Xiao had a strong battle record, and he had already proven his strength as a peak beyond grade A super. His prestige was earned through fighting. Seeing Han Xiao arrive personally, everyone felt immense pressure and hesitated. Hela took this opportunity to escape the encirclement and fly to the side to catch her breath. Not good. Sagman's heart skipped a few times. He recalled the taste of the space-time amber and shivered. At this moment, facing everyone's gazes, Han Shao slowly opened his mouth. "I'm here." He coldly glanced at all the beyond grade, as who had extremely unnatural expressions. His tone was calm, but there was an oppressive majesty. Chapter 1057. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the beyond grade as present changed. They remained silent and did not reply. They were all analyzing the situation quickly and felt that the current situation was very troublesome. The reason they attacked the frontline stronghold was to get rid of Hela while Black Star's main body was not around. They did not want to fight Black Star's main body head-on. Black Star had the strength of a peak beyond grade A, and his indestructible body was extremely difficult to deal with. Plus, his identity was special, and he had the evolution cube, which was of great importance to the dynasty. Since his main body was here, he would definitely bring a universal treasure like the space-time amber, which would be extremely difficult to deal with. Killing Hela in front of Black Star's main body would be many times more difficult. "I'm afraid we won't have a chance. I didn't expect him to come with his main body." Sagman stared at Han Shao in the sky with fear. If it were any other beyond grade A mechanic, it would be a risk for them to come with their main body. However, Black Star had already proven that he was a clear stream among the fragile mechanics. All of a sudden, everyone hesitated and looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. At the same time, Sieran finally stabilized his body. His face was filled with anger and shock. He held his broken arm and stared at Han Shao. "I'm a peak beyond grade A pugilist, but I couldn't even block the charge of a mechanic and was heavily injured in one move." Sieran was shocked when he thought of the power of that attack. Even in his opinion, it was extremely rare to see such powerful single-target lethality. At this moment, Sieran was shocked. There was only one thought in his mind. What kind of palm technique did Black Star use? He actually has such a trump card. Sieran's fear of Han Shao increased by a few levels. He turned his head to look at his severed arm and controlled his muscles and blood vessels to contract, stopping the bleeding instantly. Then, he used his pugilist energy to catalyze the proliferation of cells. A new arm grew out from the severed arm. Compared to the other parts of the arm, the skin was obviously much more tender. Sieran casually smashed the severed arm, floating in space into atoms, leaving no trace behind. Then, he slowly flew back to the battlefield. Suppressing the shock and anger in his heart, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he observed everyone's expressions and pondered. Kasuyi quietly floated to the side, looking at Han Shao without any intention of speaking. The field fell into a strange silence. Han Shao, Sieran, and Kasuyi, the three peak beyond grade as, stood facing each other while the rest of the beyond grade as looked at the three of them. Everyone knew in their hearts that whether they would fight or negotiate would depend on the negotiation of the three big shots. Black Star's main body entered the arena and said some harsh words, did not do anything for the time being. The beyond grade, as were not surprised by this. After all, there were so many of them. Even if Black Star arrived, he would not dare to act recklessly. He's alone and probably unwilling to have a direct confrontation with more than 10 beyond grade, as on both sides. Thus, he has no choice but to suppress his anger and resolve the problem through negotiation. Understanding this, the expressions of the beyond grade as present became much more relaxed. Since Black Star's main body was here, they should indeed retreat. However, this was not because they were afraid of Black Star, but because the mission success rate had plummeted. There was no need to continue fighting here. Although they were afraid of Black Star's main body's strength and universal treasure, with so many beyond grade as here, there was no need to be afraid of Black Star. In the eyes of Sagman and the others, Black Star was just one person. He could protect himself, but he would not be able to do anything. While everyone was guessing, Han Shao silently waited for the Mech Legion behind to catch up to him while looking at the interface. Emergency mission. Rescue Hela. Mission introduction. Hela's Esper ability has caused the fear of many beyond grade as. Her powerful talent has brought about a calamity of fate. Ethereal and Radiance have decided to take action to eliminate this hidden danger. Mission requirements. Hela survives the attack. Reward: 750 million to 920 million experience, plus 1 legendary point, x4 random reward, x4 unknown character summon cards, x1 blank character summon card. Additional mission requirements. Cooperate with the Dynasty's reinforcements to capture the invading Beyond Grade A Supers. Additional reward. Every time you capture a Beyond Grade A Supers, you will be able to draw 1 ability from them. This is probably the most difficult mission so far. Han Xiao was speechless. The number of Beyond Grade as present was similar to the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, but Han Xiao did not have any reinforcements by his side. He only had Hela, but he had to face more than 10 Beyond Grade as. The last person who faced a similar situation was ES God, and his outcome was to obtain 500 years of rights to a luxurious single cell in the Dynasty. However, the mission reward was also unprecedentedly generous. As long as he captured a Beyond Grade A Supers, he would be able to draw 1 ability from them. The more he captured, the more chances he would be able to draw. My main body is here. The chances of Ethereal and Radiance killing Hela in front of me are not high, so I'll probably have to retreat immediately. I don't know when the Dynasty's reinforcements will arrive, so I'll have to rely on myself to complete the mission. Han Xiao had already made up his mind on the way there, so he did not waver. He calmed down a little and thought of something else. On the way, he had received a report from Black Star Palace saying that a Beyond Grade A had come to challenge him, and Ames had already accepted the challenge. Everything was strange. Han Technician had always maintained contact with the main camp, so he knew about the current situation. That traveler had displayed his true strength and was stirring up trouble. Furthermore, the Lord's avatar shared the strength of the main body, so only one could exist at a time. If Han Xiao was distracted by the main camp, his main body would be in trouble. Interesting, purposely drawing my attention to make it easier for Ethereal and Radiance. Traveler. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Traveler was a neutral Beyond Grade A on the surface, but he actually had a close relationship with a supercluster civilization. Very few people knew about this. However, to him, Traveler's identity was not a secret. It had been exposed long ago in his previous life. Could it be that Ethereal and Radiance were working together with a supercluster civilization on this matter? No, it's not them. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he rejected this guess. Traveler's identity was a secret in the outside world. Even if Radiance and Ethereal were working together with a supercluster civilization, the supercluster civilization would not send Traveler. Otherwise, Traveler's identity would be exposed. Looks like there's more to this. Han Xiao frowned slightly. He did not care too much about the truth. Anyway, he only knew one thing, which was that the superstar cluster civilization behind Traveler definitely had something to do with it. Others might not know Traveler's origin, but he knew it clearly. There was no need for him to investigate it all. He could just put the blame on the civilization behind Traveler. It would be simple and easy. You dare to cause trouble in my home? You sure have guts. The throne is still on the way. When we reach the main camp, I'll deal with you. Han Xiao thought to himself. This time, Hela flew to Han Zhao's side. The other Beyond Grade as did not stop her, but followed silently to the side of their respective captains, confronting Han Xiao and the Mech Legion behind him. Actually, you shouldn't have come. Hela's expression was complicated, the way she saw it. In order to save her, Han Zhao's main body had rushed here, which was equivalent to walking into this trap and being surrounded by more than 10 Beyond Grade as. Hela knew that compared to her, Black Star was the real thorn in the side of Ethereal and Radiance. He even had universal treasures like the Evolution Cube and the Space-Time Amber on him. If these enemies changed their plans at the last minute and took this opportunity to target Black Star, she would have harmed him. Originally, Hela thought that she was definitely going to die and wanted to see Han Xiao one last time. However, when he really came, Hela could not help but worry about Han Zhao's safety. All along, Hela's life motto had been to press forward. She rarely wavered and worried about her gains and losses. If I didn't come, who would have saved you? Han Xiao turned around and gave her a gentle smile. You're already safe. If you want to ask why, it's because I'm here. Hela bit her lips lightly and suddenly took the initiative to hold Han Xiao's hand. Han Xiao raised his brows and was about to say something when he suddenly felt a wave of life energy coming from Hela's hand. A bunch of buffs popped up on the interface. Aurora's ability can now increase the combat power of life forms. There's not much I can do, so I can only share my life energy with you, Hela said nonchalantly after a few seconds of clenching her fists. Aurora's ability can now increase the combat power of life forms. I can't do much, so I can only share my life energy with you. Thanks. At this moment, Sierran spoke with a deep voice. Blackstar, since your main body is here, I'll give you some face. I have a deal here. I wonder if you're interested. He felt that Han Xiao was stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements, so he did not plan to continue the confrontation and started the conversation. Hearing this, Han Xiao looked back at Sierran, stopped smiling, and said calmly, Speak. How about we make a deal? As long as you agree to unseal the 10,000 deity scepter for Radiance, not only will we retreat, but we'll also help you deal with Ethereal. Sierran's eyes lingered on Kasui. Han Xiao had used Charge, Endless Potential, in that attack just now along with Yin Ying's character summon card, Comic Glide. In fact, he had already arrived at the edge of the battlefield and had been accumulating power. Originally, he wanted to kill an ordinary beyond Grade A, but he did not expect Sierran to take the initiative to intercept him. Han Xiao had no choice but to unleash the power he had been accumulating on this thick-skinned beyond Grade A. Although the lethality of this attack was far from enough to make a peak beyond Grade 8 pugilist lose his combat power, it was enough to make Sierran wary. Seeing that the plan was difficult to carry out, he gave up on the plan of taking hostages and turned around to achieve his goal through a deal. At this time, Sierran did not know that Kasui was an actor. He felt that Blackstar was alone and needed help. Kasui did not care at all. Then our Ethereal will definitely retreat immediately so that you won't be able to succeed. In the end, it'll still benefit Blackstar. As he spoke, Kasui suddenly blinked and said, Since Radiance has an idea, I'll also propose a deal on behalf of Ethereal. Go ahead. Han Xiao looked at him and said calmly, Go ahead. Blackstar, I know that your space-time amber is very magical and can imprison beyond Grade S. How about this? You and I will work together to capture these beyond Grade as of the Radiant Federation and sell them to Ethereal. Then our Ethereal will have the chips to get the 10,000 deity scepter back. What do you think? Sierran's face darkened, and he coldly glared at Kasui. Just as the two of them were arguing, Han Xiao took a deep breath and slowly said, No need to bother. I'll reject all of your deals. You came to beat up my people, and you want to make a deal with me? Don't even think about it. All of you beyond Grade as come at me together. Sierran's eyes widened, and he looked at Han Xiao in disbelief. Kasui was also surprised. This was not in the script. Not only the two of them, but the other 10 beyond Grade as of Radiance and Ethereal were all shocked and stared at Han Xiao in disbelief. Is this guy crazy? One person fighting more than 10 beyond Grade as, two of which are peak beyond Grade as, is this not courting death? After the initial shock, the crowd was enraged. You're looking down on us too much. Do you think we beyond Grade as are all made of paper? Blackstar, you don't understand the situation, do you? So what if your main body is here? Do you really think you can fight all of us alone? We're retreating because we're afraid of you? Are you serious? Sierran's face completely darkened. You destroyed my frontline stronghold, tried to assassinate my deputy army commander, and now you want to retreat in front of me without me doing anything. Do you think that's possible? Boom! Han Zhao's tone was firm, and his energy fluctuated higher and higher. Hearing this, everyone's eyes became more and more unfriendly. Sierran was even more furious. You better think carefully. Looking at the current situation, we might as well go all the way and make you our target. Hearing this, Hela's expression tightened. She immediately stood in front of Han Xiao and her death energy spread out again. No matter what decision Han Xiao made, no matter how strong the enemy was, she would fight side by side with Han Xiao without any hesitation. This time, Han Xiao held her shoulder, pressed her behind him, and slowly said, "Don't be so nervous. Don't be so nervous. I alone am enough." The next moment, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation exploded from Han Xiao's body. Sizzle. The violent golden mechanical force was like lightning whips flashing crazily. Han Zhao's energy fluctuation seemed to be soaring endlessly. Facing more than 10 beyond grade as, Han Xiao did not dare be careless, and used his trump card without hesitation. Mecha Empire Summon Card, the Ancient One. Tyrant Summon Card, Polar Channel Flow, Cellular Overdrive. Dragon Emperor Summon Card, Force Field, Dragon Body. Nero Summon Card, Perfect Mechanical Sense. The effects of multiple character summon cards stacked together. At this moment, the energy fluctuation that Han Xiao was emitting was terrifying even to peak beyond grade as. It even stung the senses of everyone present. The expressions of Sagman and the others changed drastically. The anger in their eyes turned into shock. The power that Han Xiao was emitting right now far exceeded their understanding of Han Zhao's strength. Even Kasui, who had been calm all this while, was shocked at this moment. Han Zhao's eyes lit up like two little blue suns. "Let me see how many of you can run away." Without waiting for the beyond grade as from radiance and ethereal to recover from their shock, Han Zhao's body trembled. Mechanical force shot out and connected with the Mech Legion like a lightning spiderweb. The next moment, the steel torrent formed by the Mech Legion poured down. Chapter 1058. Sagman and the others were still in a state of shock from Han Zhao's energy wave. They did not expect Black Star to really attack. They were shocked and hurriedly took defensive measures. Rumble. The next moment, the figures of more than 10 beyond grade as were instantly drowned in the sea of Mech Legion. As soon as the battle began, the shock in everyone's hearts became even more intense. They felt an unparalleled pressure from the Mech Legion. If it was an army of ordinary beyond grade A mechanics, they would have been able to kill them easily. However, Han Zhao's Mech Legion made them feel as if they were trapped in a quagmire. Only Kasui and Sieran had the ability to move freely. This was not only because the size of the Mech Legion brought by Han Zhao's main body was dozens of times larger than the two mechanics present. It was also because the strength of the mechanical army was beyond their imagination. The bonuses given by mechanical force to the mechanical soldiers were a whole level higher. Han Xiao already had the perfect mechanical sense talent. Now that he used Nero's character summon card and stacked 2 perfect mechanical sense talents, his machinery affinity reached a whole new level. Facing this overwhelming pressure, the beyond grade, as of radiance and ethereal, did not have time to think about anything else. They subconsciously worked together to block the attacks of the Mech Legion. Boom! The battle erupted, instantly entering a white-hot and intense state, turning into a scene of a great chaotic battle. In the endless black tide of the Mech Legion, there were more than 10 light balls moving in this ocean. Countless beams of light gathered toward these light balls. These light balls were the battlefield where the Mech Legion surrounded the beyond grade as. How did his strength soar to such a level? Sagman's tone was filled with shock. The last time Black Star went all out was during the Battle of Planet Lighthouse. Now that more than 20 years have passed, this is the second time he's gone all out, and he's actually become so much stronger. Taylor was shocked, panicked, and envious. More than 20 years ago, these people from Ethereal who had participated in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse still remembered Han Zhao's performance clearly. Now that more than 20 years had passed, they knew that Black Star had become stronger, but they did not expect him to be this strong. This level of pressure, it feels like the Mecha Empire. Kasui's expression was grave. He was also within Han Zhao's attack range, so he was mainly dodging. He was thinking about what to do next and did not immediately counterattack. He could understand why Black Star attacked. As the party being attacked, Black Star could not let them easily retreat and had to take the attitude to counterattack. However, the strength Black Star's strength this time exceeded Kasui's expectations. At this moment, Serene spoke in a deep voice, unable to hide the shock in his tone. This is ultimate channel flow, cellular overdrive. Hearing this, everyone's shocked. Isn't this an explosive skill of the pugilist class? Why does Black Star know how to use it? Isn't he a mechanic? I didn't see wrongly. The aura Black Star is giving off is the feeling of this move, squeezing out one's own potential in exchange for a higher level of strength. Serene said firmly, "Let's not talk about why Black Star can use this move first. The principle won't change." This explanation was quickly accepted, and everyone's expression became complicated. They looked past the Mech Legion and looked at Han Xiao with shock and surprise. Does this mean that Black Star is willing to burn his own potential in order to keep us here? He could have made us retreat on our own accord. Is there a need to go this far? If that was the case, it was not surprising that Black Star had such strength. After all, it was only temporary. However, this level of explosive power was still very scary. Seeing Han Zhao's firm attitude, many people started to think about retreating. Kasui sighed inwardly. Originally, he was a little unhappy when he saw Han Xiao suddenly stealing the show and planned to stop him. However, seeing Black Star's firm attitude, Kasui put away the idea of going all out. Since Black Star had put in a lot of effort, he planned to give face and give in to Black Star. After all, he had to act to the end, and he believed that Black Star knew what he was doing. On the side, Hela saw Han Zhao's power and felt refreshed. Originally, she was shocked and excited, but when she heard this, she was dumbfounded. The next second, Hela's eyes suddenly turned red, filled with rage and killing intent. She did not expect Black Star to burn his potential at all costs. Wasn't the reason why Black Star did this to save her? A heartache that pierced his soul suddenly gushed out, flooding his heart like a flood. Hela turned her head stiffly, and the way she looked at Han Xiao changed. Only regret and guilt were left, and she could not control her emotions. Hela opened her mouth to say something, but Han Xiao waved his hand and interrupted her, saying casually, "Don't worry. You don't have to say anything. I'm fine. I'm sorry." Hela pursed her lips, clenched her fists, and rushed into the battle formation without saying anything. The death energy was like a storm, and it followed her toward the ethereal beyond grade as her raging anger poured out toward the enemy. Looking at Hela's uncontrollable killing intent, Han Xiao had a helpless expression. The after effect of polar channel flow, cellular overdrive, was to permanently increase the cost of upgrading one's character and ability by 7%, which was equivalent to burning one's potential. However, what these people did not know was that Han Xiao was using the Tyrant's character summon card. Although it could only be used once, the character summon card would not have any side effects. Serene's misjudgment caused everyone to misunderstand. So be it. It's not a bad thing. In fact, it's beneficial to me. Han Xiao shook his head. Of course, he would not explain. Some of these character summon cards could only be used once, temporarily giving him super strength. Using them in exchange for permanent abilities was definitely worth it. He was now filled with an unprecedented sense of strength. The Tyrant's character summon card overclocked his basic attributes and ability, temporarily reaching the level of his next promotion. The dual mechanical sense also increased the strength of his mechanical army. With the two stacked together, his strength had reached a terrifying level. The ones with the greatest enhancement were the elite forces, such as the Apostle weapons. Swoosh! Red Deviltolian leaned back and barely dodged Psionic Prime's simple spear. His thick magical energy shield was cut in half, and a deep wound appeared on his chest that was full of bone spikes, revealing his copper ribs. Tolian hurriedly swung his tail and used the bone spurs on his tail to hit Psionic Prime's mechanical body. Psionic Prime did not panic and directly blocked the attack with his spear. Bang! The spear and bone collided, and a shockwave spread out. Tolian was a melee mage who focused on enhancing himself, so he had stacked a large number of enhancement spells. However, Psionic Prime, who was surrounded by golden mechanical force, blocked the powerful demon tail that did not back off. Help, help! His apostle weapons are too strong. Tolian exclaimed. With the mechanical force boost from dual mechanical sense, Psionic Prime alone was enough to make him feel pressured. Furthermore, Psionic Prime was not the only one dealing with him. The melee forces such as Heaven-Suppressing Banner and Purple Sky Spirit, as well as the long-range damage dealers such as Silver Flash and Crimson Flame, were all attacking Tolian. Han Zhao's plan was to use the Mech Legion to restrain the others while focusing the elites on one target. Sagman was also heavily surrounded and was fighting the Mech Legion. He could not help but feel annoyed when he heard Han Zhao's words. "You're so useless." However, he could not help his own people, so he had no choice but to provide help. He turned around and attacked the apostle weapons surrounding Tolian, and a powerful light energy shockwave shot out. At this time, countless nanoparticles gushed out from the middle and suddenly turned into a large fortress, separating Tolian's battlefield. Streams of light flowed on the surface of this large mechanical fortress, which quickly gathered and formed a pale, golden, semi-transparent light screen, blocking the light energy shockwave. Boom, boom, boom. Sagman's attacks all landed on this pale, golden light screen. In an instant, electric arcs shot out, dazzling the entire area. Very soon, the light from the explosions dissipated, and this light screen did not move at all. It flickered slightly and blocked this wave of attacks, protecting this mechanical fortress tightly. What a strong defense! Sagman was shocked. This mechanical fortress was one of Han Zhao's apostle weapons, called Sky Wall. This light screen was similar to Psionic Prime's spear and was also a companion weapon of an apostle weapon. It was called Wall of Defense and focused on defense. However, Skywall had more than one companion weapon. It also had another offensive weapon, Ion Green Flame. A large number of cannons extended from this fortress, spitting out beams of green light towards Sagman and the others. This was his unique Ion Green Flame, a special type of plasma energy. Not only did it have destructive power, but it also had many special effects. *T, I've been isolated. Seeing this, Tolian panicked. Just as he wanted to get rid of the entanglement and regroup with his teammates, he suddenly felt a piercing sense of danger. All of a sudden, a small black beam of light shot out from the gaps of the surrounding mechanical army and easily penetrated his magic shield. Tolian hurriedly dodged, but this beam of light still hit his shoulder. Boom! The next moment, a huge wound suddenly appeared on Tolian's shoulder. He had received true damage. He covered his wound and dodged, panicking as he looked in the direction the beam of light came from. He saw a dark humanoid apostle weapon aiming a special gun at him. When Tolian looked over, this apostle weapon suddenly turned invisible and disappeared. Dark Shadow, a sniper assassin type apostle weapon. Its companion weapon was Divine Concealment Paint, which had extremely powerful stealth, camouflage, and environmental concealment functions. The gun in its hand was also a highly concentrated sniper gun, extremely lethal against single targets. Damn it, what kind of weapon is this? My recovery ability is suppressed. Before Tolian could catch his breath, the mysterious energy host arrived and blasted a thick beam of light from afar. Tolian could only barely activate his magic shield to block it. However, the primal chaos mysterious energy also had the mental attribute. Although Tolian blocked the attack, his soul was also impacted, interrupting his casting. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hela did not hold back. Death energy rained down on Tolian's body like a storm, causing him to be covered in wounds and blood. Why are you all attacking me? Tolian wanted to cry. Looking around, he was the one in the worst situation. I'm just a newbie on Grade A Super. Aren't you bullying me? While Tolian was in a perilous situation, Sagman and the others were also anxious as they discussed countermeasures. Black Star has too many Mech Legion, and they're too strong. We can't let them hold us here. We have to attack Black Star himself. Taylor, use the forbidden spell scroll on him. He has an indestructible body. Can we hurt him? We have to do it, even if we can't now. There's no better way. Let's focus fire together with the forbidden spell scroll, Sagman said angrily. Hearing this, Taylor tore open an offensive forbidden spell scroll without hesitation. Whoosh! Streaks of black spell meteors shot out from the scroll, piercing through all the psionic shields along the way and heading straight for Han Zhao's body. This spell had an extremely strong penetrative ability, and its attack power was extremely high. It was originally one of the trump cards that Han Zhao had planned to use to heavily injure Gila. Sagman and the others did not stay idle. Together with the forbidden spell scroll, they focused fire on Han Zhao. Light energy shockwaves, pugilist shockwaves, high-risk spells, psionic cannons, and so on were all thrown in the direction of Han Zhao, forming a wave of powerful attacks. The intense energy shockwaves attracted the attention of the Radiance members who were fighting not far away. They all turned to look at the situation and were secretly shocked. If they were facing this kind of attack, most of the beyond grade as present would have to avoid it. The violent energy surged toward him, but Han Zhao did not panic. He did not even move from his spot. With a wave of his hand, spherical mechanical discs quickly gathered. Every disc had a piece of space-time amber on it, and they immediately formed a double-layered shield wall in front of Han Zhao. Swoosh! All the long-range energy attacks were like water meeting a reef. They slid away from the space-time amber sphere and could not hurt Han Zhao at all. Seeing this, everyone's hearts sank. They were extremely jealous. The existence of the space-time amber was no longer a secret. The arrival of Han Zhao's main body meant that this universal treasure had arrived. Since it could even block the attacks of the 10,000 deity scepter, the threat of long-range attacks to Han Zhao's main body had been reduced to the lowest. Even without the space-time amber, his tankiness was more than enough to take the attacks head-on. It was too difficult to hurt Black Star's main body. We can use psychic attacks against his main body, Hades hurriedly said. Crystal Soul and Hades were both psychics. They both gathered their strongest psychic energy and attacked Han Zhao's mind from a distance. Seeing this, Kasuyi thought about it and also pretended to attack Han Zhao with a psychic attack. Psychics were experts in psychic attacks. They could attack the target's soul out of thin air, which was extremely difficult to defend against. My shortcomings have been fixed long ago. Han Zhao's expression did not change. He directly activated Cisco's character summon card, Psychic, Wall of Mind. He did not move at all. Instead, Crystal Soul and Hades, who were attacking with all their might, were shaken. Their psychic energy instantly weakened, and they suffered heavy mental injuries. Cisco's character summon card could greatly reduce the actual damage of psychic attacks. At the same time, it could also reflect some of the damage. Crystal Soul and Hades did not hold back and took their own attacks. Kasuyi, on the other hand, was only pretending and was not unlucky. Crystal Soul was still fine. He was stronger, and he also had a psychic universal treasure like the Star Power Crown. His injuries were very light. However, Hades was not strong enough and suffered a huge loss. He can even reflect psychic attacks. Hades' face turned pale, and he was shocked. Did this be Asterisk Star not have any weaknesses? How did he know everything? The man in Crystal Soul did not believe it. However, the more they attacked, the more psychic damage was reflected. Han Zhao maintained his calm appearance. On the other hand, the two psychics were injured by their own attacks. With his mental resistance, the Great Mechanicon could also block a lot of mental damage, but taking damage was not as good as reflecting it back. Facing more than 10 opponents, he would not let go of any opportunity to weaken the enemy's combat power. After fighting for a while, the experts of Radiance and Ethereal were very passive. They were trapped in the sea of Mech Legion and could not move at all. With such a huge mechanical army, coupled with Han Zhao's true damage talent, The effect of this was not just to restrain the beyond grade, as if they were not careful, they would die on the spot after a few rounds of focus fire. Therefore, everyone was very nervous. If they were facing an ordinary mechanic, the dozen beyond grade as would have charged forward long ago. However, facing Black Star, most of them did not even have the desire to charge forward. He was too tanky, so tanky that they did not have any thoughts. However, this did not include Sierran. As a peak beyond grade A pugilist, he was still able to charge left and right unparalleled in the highly enhanced Mech Legion. Like the Tyrant, he also had true damage immunity talents, so he had the ability to ignore the focus fire of the Mech Legion. However, compared to the entire Mech Legion, the number of mechanical soldiers he killed was just a drop in the ocean. The muscles on Sierran's arms bulged, and he shot a pugilist wave at Han Shao. However, it was still reflected by the space-time amber and could not hit Han Shao at all. Seeing this, he could not help but grit his teeth and talk to Kasuyi calmly. Let's work together. You use your psychic power to restrain the Mech Legion and help me get close to Black Star. You know how explosive my power is. I don't want to kill him. Let's see if you can restrain Black Star. I'm out of energy, Kasuyi said. Hearing this, Sierran almost could not breathe. When you were fighting me just now, you were full of energy and seemed to have an endless amount of energy. Now, you're saying that you're out of energy? Who the F*** CK are you lying to? Furious, Sierran threw Kasuyi aside, knocked away the mechanical soldiers along the way, and charged toward Han Shao. His four arms were wrapped in highly condensed pugilist flames, like they were coated with a layer of black paint. Humph! I knew you were going to attack. Han Shao raised his brows. He was already prepared. He immediately activated his ability, and a portion of the mechanical soldiers flew toward him and quickly assembled. The next moment, the mechanical deity that traversed the universe appeared again. As soon as it appeared, the mechanical deity twisted its hips, swung its arms, and punched toward Sierran. Its fist was covered in a white ball of light that fused with psionic energy and force field. The four black fists collided with the mechanical iron fists that were tens of millions of times larger. Boom! A super large circular shockwave exploded and spread out in the universe. The arm of the mechanical deity that was hit by the shockwave quickly disintegrated, and a large number of mechanical parts exploded. Due to Sierran's size disadvantage, he was sent flying who knew how far away by this punch, even faster than he had flown over. In terms of strength, the two of them were evenly matched. This punch of mine can probably even take out a planet's core. Sierran can take it head-on, as expected of a peak beyond grade A pugilist. Han Shaoxin thought. At this moment, Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco saw the appearance of the mechanical deity. His eyes flashed, and he immediately contacted Mechanical Queen Morniza of Radiance. He's using the mechanical deity. This is our chance. You, me, and Romo, who's providing remote support, will work together and use virtual intrusion on the mechanical deity. Even if Han Shao is a virtual mechanic, he'll have to be careful when dealing with our intrusion. Okay, Morniza nodded solemnly. At this juncture, the Beyond Grade as of Radiance and Ethereal had no choice but to temporarily work together and fight against Black Star, who was burning his potential. The three mechanics quickly worked together in the virtual world. Green streams of data gushed out and attacked Han Zhao's virtual firewall. Han Shao immediately noticed the enemy's actions and smiled. Oh, you want to invade me? With the advantage of the virtual specialization and double mechanical sense, Han Zhao's virtual technology bonuses were extremely high. Among the three enemies, only Defender Romo was a virtual mechanic. The other two were from other specializations, and Romo did not send his Lord's avatar here. The defense of the main artificial intelligence was still fine, but the power of the virtual intrusion was much weaker. In the virtual world, Han Shao and the three of them immediately started fighting without smoke. The three of them kept trying to invade, but Han Zhao's defense was impenetrable and tightly guarded the back door. On the other hand, the three of them were virtual intruded by Han Shao through the connection. Radiance had two people, and with the computing power of the main artificial intelligence, they were barely able to block Han Zhao's data probes. However, Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco was only one person, and he did not specialize in virtual technology. His defense was weak, and he was targeted by Han Zhao. Even his backdoor was damaged. His mechanical army betrayed him one after another, becoming Han Zhao's reinforcements and attacking his teammates. I can't take it anymore. Francisco could not take it anymore. Even a movement of his lord's avatar became sluggish. At this moment, a giant mechanical hand reached over and grabbed Francisco's lord's avatar, who could not dodge in time, and squeezed. Gotcha! Francisco's lord's avatar instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal, and the power that descended was automatically retracted. Han Zhao curled his lips and casually threw away the remains of Francisco's lord's avatar. Brittle skin. These mechanics who used Lord's Descent could not be caught and could be deactivated at any time. If he wanted to make them leave, all he had to do was destroy their Lord's avatar. After all, not every mechanic's Lord's avatar was as tanky as his. Seeing this, Morniza dejectedly gave up on the idea of invading. She could only focus on strengthening her defense and try her best to prevent Han Zhao from breaking through. At this moment, the situation of the battle suddenly changed. Under the siege of so many apostle weapons and Hela, Tolian could not hold on at all. The damage output of the surrounding mech legion took up most of the damage. Tolian did not have the ability to be immune to true damage, so his health dropped rapidly under the focus fire of the mech legion. His other teammates were all pinned down and could not provide support. Boom! Boom! Tolian was once again drowned in the cannon fire. He was already at his limit, and this time, he had finally reached his limit. There was not a single piece of flesh on his body that was unharmed. His demon horn was broken, and his mind was in a chaotic state from the torture of Hela and the mysterious energy host. He was heavily injured and lost his ability to fight. Hela was about to kill him, but Han Zhao had the mechanical deity reach out and separate her. Don't kill him. Why, they cause you to... Hela gritted her teeth, not having the heart to continue. Capturing him is more valuable. Han Zhao shook his head, grabbed the almost unconscious Tolian, and sucked him into the mechanical deity, transporting him to his main body. Han Zhao took out the space-time amber and directly sealed the defenseless Tolian. Looking at this guy's frozen, painful expression, Han Zhao showed a satisfied smile, like an old farmer checking his harvest for the year. The first one. Tolian has been captured. Sagman was shocked and angry. Looking at the mechanical deity that had captured his teammate, he could not help but feel panic in his heart. He did not need to think to know that Tolian was definitely going to have a taste of the space-time amber. He could not help but feel sad for him. Due to the special tankiness of Black Star's main body, they could not use the same methods to deal with Black Star as they did to normal mechanics. There was only one path in front of them, which was to destroy Black Star's mech legion. However, Black Star was fighting on his home turf, and he had even burned his potential. Coupled with the unique combat style of the mechanic, the strength he could unleash was extremely terrifying. It could be divided into three main areas: the mechanical deity itself, the elite troops such as the apostle weapons, and the huge mech legion. The mechanical deity and Serene were evenly matched, pinning down a single pinnacle beyond grade A, while the mechanical army was pinning down many beyond grade As. The apostle weapons and the other elites were able to split up and destroy the mechanical deity and Serene. If they continued to fight with Black Star, he did not know how many people they would lose here. In the past, Black Star only had strong recovery abilities. Now that his combat strength had increased, Sagman's impression of him was that of a crushing existence that made people despair. Your Excellency Kasuyi, what should we do now? Sagman could not help but look at his captain. At this moment, the one he trusted the most was still his boss. However, he did not know that Kasuyi had already given them enough leeway to form an ocean. Black Star burned his potential in exchange for this kind of strength. He won't be able to last long. The operation has failed, so there's no point in continuing to fight. Let's retreat, Kasui said slowly. What about Tolian? Are we going to ignore him? You might not even be able to leave, yet you still have the time to care about others. Kasui shook his head. Although he was the leader, he did not mind Black Star capturing a few people to vent his anger. The way he saw it, Black Star had burned his potential, so it was only right for the universal civilization to give him some compensation. After all, he was not the one paying for it. This group of beyond grade as had already offended Black Star by coming to kill Hela. If he did not let him vent this anger, it would not be in line with his and the Mecha Empire's thoughts. I'm so dizzy that I can't write this 7,000-word piece of paper. Asterisk winky face. Chapter 1059. Just as the arcane church was about to retreat, Serene, who was fighting with the mechanical deity, also received suggestions from others. Your Excellency Serene, let's retreat. The situation will only get worse for us. There's no point in fighting with Black Star, who's burning his potential here. Hades said urgently in the group chat. That's right. Although more than 10 people were forced to retreat by Black Star alone, this is the best plan for now. Since he paid such a huge price, it's best if we don't fight with him anymore. Morniza agreed. Serene clashed with the mechanical deity for a while before retreating. His expression was not too good. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Black Star's strength was on par with his, and they could not do anything to each other. The consumption of the mechanical deity was terrifying, just like Ultraman's 3 minutes. Normal mechanics would not be able to maintain it for long, but Black Star's recovery ability was amazing, and he could maintain it for a long time. This meant that even if the two of them were able to determine a winner, it would take a very long time. Now, that Ethereal seemed to have the intention of retreating. If they continued to fight with Black Star, all the pressure would be transferred to Radiance. Serene himself was not afraid, but he could not fight on multiple fronts like mechanics, so he was at a disadvantage in terms of class. Radiance did not plan to fight Black Star head-on from the start. Since the plan to capture Hela alive had failed, it would be pointless to continue fighting. Serene made a prompt decision and said with a deep voice, Retreat. Retreat, and let the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device warm up. Then, Serene stopped fighting with the mechanical deity and turned around to open a path. His pugilist wave shot out again and again, creating an empty space among the thousands of soldiers. On the other side, while leading his teammates to escape, Kasui stopped acting. Psychic energy surged, and all the mechanical troops blocking the way were swept to the side. The escape routes of the two groups were different. Radiance brought the fleet, and the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device was their escape route. Ethereal, on the other hand, had very few troops. Only beyond grade, supers were required to escape alone. As long as they left the area of the space stabilizing device, they could escape using teleportation scrolls. Han Xiao immediately noticed the change in the target of the battle. Both sides were wading through the black tide of the Mech Legion, trying to break through in two different directions. Radiance and Ethereal could not wait for the other party to hold back Black Star, so naturally, they would not continue to help the other party. Ethereal, on the other hand, would not run over to Radiance's side, or else it would be like jumping out of a tiger's den into a wolf's lair. Our alliance has been broken. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he controlled the mechanical deity to chase after Radiance's troops. The Mech Legion was divided into two groups under his command, while the Apostle Weapons and the Mysterious Energy host abandoned the beyond grade Ethereal and focused on the Radiance. It was more effective to gather forces to deal with one group. The reason he targeted Radiance was because he owed Kasui a favor, and the other reason was that it was too difficult to chase after Ethereal. Once Kasui stopped acting, his ability to contain Ethereal's troops would be unparalleled. If he chased after Ethereal's troops at this time, it would be basically impossible for him to stop any of them. Kasui was just a doppelganger, so he could completely sacrifice himself to bring up the rear. His psychokinesis was enough to stop all of his troops for a period of time. In comparison, Serene was just a pugilist with limited AoE abilities. He was not good at protecting his teammates, and he was still in his main body. He could not miss out on Radiance's train. With all these factors added together, Radiance was naturally easier to deal with. Once he decided on his target, Han Xiao did not hesitate to lock onto a beyond grade A Radiance and threw out a skill. Virtual Paramount. Lone Ranger Jackernitz was using all kinds of mechanical weapons to fight with the Apostle weapons. Suddenly, his body froze. His soul was trapped in the virtual world by Han Xiao, and he lost control of his body. In such a dangerous situation, even the slightest bit of carelessness could be fatal, let alone being controlled for more than 10 seconds. As a mechanical pugilist, his physical defense was not as strong as a pugilist, and he did not have true damage immunity talents. The surrounding mech army and Apostle weapons swarmed toward him, causing Jackernitz's health to drop like a falling cliff. Han Xiao chose him because he was fragile enough. The meeting of the gods allowed him to obtain information on most beyond grade A abilities. Swoosh! Without saying anything, the mechanical deity stretched its arm across the sky, grabbed Jackernitz, and sucked him into its body. When Jackernitz got rid of the control of Virtual Paramount, his consciousness returned to his body. He immediately felt a strong sense of weakness, leaving him with a heavily injured body that was controlled by the traps that were everywhere in the mechanical deity. How is this possible? Jackernitz could not help but be shocked. He could not believe that he had lost so quickly. Even when facing the troops of the Mecha Empire, he could last longer. In the past, he only knew that Black Star was tanky. How was his damage so high? Han Xiao was not surprised. His mech army's damage output was not low at all. Legendary battle technique was indeed a molding talent. As long as his mechanical army broke through the shield of a beyond grade A super without true damage resistance and focus fire on the main body, even a beyond grade A super would not be able to withstand such terrifying HP loss. At this time, Jackernitz was transported to Han Xiao's main body by the nanoparticles in the mechanical deity. Han Xiao turned around and looked at him. Once you're in my body, you can't run. If you don't want to suffer, don't resist. As soon as he said that, countless cannons extended from the inner walls of the mechanical deity and aimed at Jackernitz. Under the helmet of the mechanical suit, Jackernitz could not help but smile bitterly. Fine, I can't beat Black Star in the first place, and now he's even risking his life. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. At the same time, the people of Radiance outside were shocked and furious. They had clearly seen the entire process. Black Star had easily captured Jackernitz like a chicken. Your Excellency Serene, this Woomra could not help but say. Don't worry about him. He can't be saved. Serene's expression was gloomy. Unlike Kassi, he had come with his main body and did not have the capital to act recklessly. If he stayed behind and tried to save his teammates, he would not be able to make it in time for Radiance's teleportation. When the dynasty's reinforcements arrived, he would probably die here. No matter how angry he was, Serene could only hold it in. At the same time, the arcane church members who had broken through from another direction also saw the Federation of Light's casualties and could not help but feel refreshed. Sagman and the others were originally a little depressed that Tolian had been captured. Now that Radiance was also unlucky, they immediately felt better. Just as a certain famous person with the surname Liu said, when one was unlucky, the best consolation was not that others pitied them, but that others were as unlucky as them. That was what Ethereal was thinking now. This time, Kasui's eyes flashed. After thinking for a while, he suddenly stopped and said, You guys go first. I'll stay behind to do something. What are you going to do? Sagman was curious. Kasui turned to look in the direction of Radiance and smiled. Radiance still hasn't given up on the 10,000 deity scepter. It's a good chance to teach them a lesson and get back some interest. Everyone immediately understood. Only Kasui's avatar would be able to do something like this. What Kasui was thinking was to restrain the people of Radiance and help Black Star capture more beyond grade as from Radiance. He hoped that Black Star would capture some captives to vent his anger in exchange for compensation from a universal civilization. Of course, it would be best if he did not sell out his teammates. Radiance was the best replacement. Furthermore, this reason was very reasonable. If he became an actor, Ethereal would even praise him for doing a good job. Eliminating the loss caused by the failure of the mission and the capture of his teammates was like killing two birds with one stone. With that in mind, Kasui left Sagman and the others and charged toward Radiance's people without hesitation. At the same time, he opened a private chat window with Han Xiao. Do you still remember the deal I mentioned to you earlier? Work together? Han Xiao was chasing after the Federation's people. When he saw Kasui rushing toward this battlefield, he originally planned to stop him, but when he heard this, even he could not help but be speechless. Thousands of words of disdain appeared in his stomach, but they all merged into one sentence. I'm really thanking you on behalf of Radiance. With his participation in the battle, the situation immediately changed. The members of Federation were swept by Kasui's psychic energy and suffered a strong mental impact. Their bodies trembled violently, and a large number of openings appeared. The Mech Legion took advantage of this and made their opponents fall into an even tighter encirclement. Their breakout speed suddenly slowed down. Seeing this, Sierran was furious. Kasui, when I invited you to work together to deal with Black Star, didn't you say you were out of MP? You King played me. He did not expect the Arcane Church to be so shameless and come over to help Black Star deal with them. Don't look at me like that. Kasui's tone was indifferent. During the battle on Planet Lighthouse, you also stabbed us in the back. The situation then is very similar to now. I'm just doing the same thing as you. During the battle on Planet Lighthouse, because of Radiance, Ethereal was forced into a passive position. Radiance even killed a Beyond Grade A and stole the 10,000 Deity Scepter. As the saying goes, don't look at the fun today, be careful of the list in the future, so Kasui had no psychological burden. At this time, it was impolite not to reciprocate. Sierran's face was green. He roared and charged back. Highly condensed pugilist flames appeared around his body and opened up an empty area. The peak Beyond Grade A pugilist single blade dash ability was fully unleashed, sweeping everything in its path like a hot knife through butter. No mechanical army could stop him. He knocked away countless mechanical soldiers along the way and charged toward Crystal Soul. He grabbed it and left, not caring about the rest of his teammates. Sierran knew that once Kasui interfered, Radiance would definitely have to leave many people behind. He could only try his best to limit his losses. Crystal Soul was small and a crystal life form. Furthermore, it had a universal treasure, so it had the highest priority. Sierran took Crystal Soul, who was the closest to him, and fled. As for the rest, he could not do anything. Morniza saw this and stopped running. She ordered her mechanical army to cover their retreat. Although they were forced to retreat, they still managed to slow down the pursuit of Han Zhao's Mech Legion. As a result, the ones under the most pressure were Hades and Wumra, who were lagging behind. Damn it, blood spurted out of Hades's orifices. He was also a psychic, but he could not fight back at all in front of Kasui. He was dizzy and weak, unable to keep calm. His face was filled with unwillingness. At this time, the palm of the mechanical deity suddenly came down. Hades looked up in a daze, and his vision was completely covered by this steel dome. Hades had not been a Beyond Grade A for long, so he was not very clear about the division of Beyond Grade A. Seeing this, he only had one thought left in his mind. This was the true power of the universe. The next moment, the mechanical palm came down. His vision turned black, and he lost consciousness instantly. The third one, Han Xiao, sucked Hades, who had lost consciousness, into the mechanical deity and turned to look at Energy Soul Wumra. At this time, all the apostle weapons were attacking Wumra alone. This pugilist style was different from Sierran's and Garutin's. His every move was filled with the aura of a grandmaster. It did not look fierce, but rather smooth and natural, as if it contained some kind of natural law. Compared to close combat, he seemed to be more proficient in mid-range pugilist wave attacks. His pugilist aura was endless, as if it would never run out. The light blue aura was like a spinning shield, constantly deflecting the attacks of the apostle weapons. His fists were neither fast nor slow, shooting out an energy wave with every punch. Even though Woomra was in a passive position, he did not seem to be in a bad state. However, there was no way for him to turn the tables. He could only be considered to be at death's door. Defeat was only a matter of time. Seeing that Serene and Crystal Soul were running further and further away, and that he was surrounded with no way out, Woomra decided not to run anymore and stayed behind with Morniza. The mechanical deity waved its arms and tore apart a large number of enemy mechanical troops, as well as the unmanned fleet sent by Radiance, quickly destroying Morniza's fragile lord's avatar. Woomra was in a one-on-one situation. Not long after, he was also captured alive by the apostle weapons, the mysterious energy host, and Hela. However, it was not for nothing that they stayed behind. Serene and Crystal Soul had already escaped into the Radiant Federation's fleet. The multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device had already been warmed up. The two large mechanical rings that were perpendicular to each other spun rapidly, faster and faster, turning into a blur. The tracks of the two rings formed a sphere, surrounding the area where the fleet was. Serene finally turned around and glared at Kasui before turning back to Han Shao. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. Black Star, just you wait. Radiance won't let you off so easily after capturing our people. The speed of the two rings suddenly stopped. The fleet within the sphere had already disappeared, breaking through the restrictions of the space stabilizing device and being teleported away. Only the unmanned fleet and the mechanical army were left. The next moment, the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device self-destructed and exploded. With the people of Radiance gone, the scene became much quieter. Only two of Radiance escaped. Han Shao stopped. His eyes flickered as he looked in another direction. The few beyond grade, as from ethereal, had already escaped far away. At this time, Kasui's voice sounded in his mind. What's wrong? You captured 3 beyond grade as from Radiance and 1 from ethereal. Are you still not satisfied? Hearing this, Han Shao looked at Kasui, only to see the latter's calm face. Thank you. Han Shao calmed himself down, deactivated the mechanical deity, and nodded at Kasui. Without Kasui's help, he would have been able to capture 3 people at most. Now that he had captured 4 beyond grade and destroyed 2 mechanic avatars, it was equivalent to killing half of the enemies. The main reason was that he had used the character summon card to increase his strength. Other than that, Hela's help and the space-time amber were also important factors. This was especially so for the space-time amber. The shield wall formed by the space-time amber blocked a lot of long-range attacks, so he did not have to worry about defending or taking hits. This meant that he had freed up a lot of energy to attack. At the same time, he had also relied on the space-time amber to seal the beyond grade as. Its tactical role was extremely important, and at least 20 to 30% of the credit belonged to it. It had to be said that Ravenlaud's treasure in his previous life was really useful. Although 2 of the 4 beyond grade as were newbies, and the other 2 were not very strong, beyond grade as were still beyond grade as, and they all had molding talents. It all depended on whether Fu Ding could make good use of them this time. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Seeing that Kasui had been staring at him, Han Shao simply recalled the mech legion that was chasing the ethereal people. At this time, the space-stabilizing device had already disappeared. He directly opened the secondary dimensional army box and stuffed the intact mechanical army inside. Then, he used the Dimension Factory to collect all the parts and repair them. While doing this, Han Shao casually asked, "What are you going to do next? Continue to escort the ethereal people away?" When they use the teleportation scroll to reach a safe place, I'll deactivate my avatars. You won't chase after them anymore, right? Kasui smiled faintly and sighed in his heart. How long had it been since the universe had such a strong battle record? When the results of this battle spread out, who knew how big of a commotion it would cause? Since I promised you, I won't go back on my words. By the way, let me show you something. Han Xiao waved his hand and called Hela over in front of Kasui. Are you okay? Hela stared at Han Xiao's face, not even bothering to look at Kasui. Although Kasui had come over to help just now, in her opinion, the ethereal people were still enemies. Naturally, she did not know that this was a movie king. I'm fine. Han Xiao shook his head and said seriously. Ames was attacked in Black Star Palace. Go back and help her. Also, swap Ening over. Hela was stunned. What do you mean? How do I go back and help her? I have a new technology that can teleport you back. Han Zhao's body flashed, and the king left his body and automatically passed through Hela's body. However, it was connected to Han Zhao's mechanical force. After many private tests, Han Xiao knew the operating mechanism of the king like the back of his hand. The king itself was a mechanic-exclusive equipment, and the teleportation function of the throne was targeted at the user inside the mechanical suit. However, if it was through the quantum infinite distance transmission channel and maintained a mechanical force connection with the king, even if there was someone else in the mechanical suit, Han Xiao would still be able to activate this function and teleport the wearer of the mechanical suit to a fixed location. At this time, the throne was about to arrive at Black Star Palace, and he could return to the base as soon as he teleported back. Han Xiao turned around and saw that Kasui was watching the scene with interest, so he deliberately activated the space stabilization device and covered the area again. Then, Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and the king disappeared right in front of Kasui's eyes. Kasui's expression suddenly changed, and he was surprised. This is multi-dimensional sky opening teleportation? When did you learn Radiance's technology? It's not multi-dimensional sky opening. This is another technology, but the effect is about the same. It can break through the blockade of space stabilization anchors and disruptors, Han Xiao said calmly. Why didn't you use it earlier? Kasui was helpless. If we knew that you had this technology, who would have attacked Hela? I only developed it not long ago. Han Xiao nodded. Looking at Kasui's expression, he knew that his goal had been achieved. He had deliberately displayed the teleportation ability of the king to let others know that he had a teleportation method that could ignore the space stabilization device. Otherwise, if Radiance and Ethereal refused to give up, they might attack Hela again in the future. Furthermore, he could not keep Hela hidden forever. The reason he had displayed this trump card now was to let the outside world know that Hela was surrounded and could escape at any time. This would dispel Radiance and Ethereal's thoughts and prevent today's incident from happening again. This way, Hela's situation would be much safer, and no one would have any ideas about her. Swoosh! At this moment, the king appeared again. The mechanical suit opened, revealing a confused Ening. At Black Star? Where is this? Ening had a puzzled look on his face and had yet to recover from his shock. Let's not talk about it first. My time is limited, and I still need to borrow your body. After we're done, I'll give you the evolution cube. Han Xiao patted Ening's shoulder, pulled the confused Ening, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Kasui was surprised. It's over. Where are you going? It's not over for me yet. While my explosive ability is still there, I still have a target to deal with. Who is it? Kasui was curious. Han Xiao turned around and gave Kasui a side profile. Chapter 1060. A few minutes ago, Black Star Palace battlefield. Evil convergence descended here, gradually changing the nature of the surrounding space. Purple and green colors spread out, and the range was still slowly expanding. In the descending area, countless energy tentacles danced wildly. The defense fleet around fired at the tentacles, destroying one after another, as if there was no end to it. In some of the theories that supported the conservation of energy in the universe, the law of conservation of energy operated in multiple dimensions. In many galactic civilizations' experiments, there were examples of energy disappearing or appearing out of thin air. Most of the time, Energy was transferred between the main universe and other dimensions, so it appeared as if it happened out of thin air. There were many forms of the descending of secondary dimensions. The one traveler used was like using the secondary dimension as a bucket. He made a hole at the bottom and let the water inside spurt out into the main universe, creating an erosion effect. Traveler did not put in much effort, only making a hole. It was like drilling a hole in a dam. The erosion that followed was the power of the secondary dimension itself, which was beyond the scope of an individual's strength. It was on a completely different level. Therefore, the descending momentum was extremely difficult to stop. Therefore, Black Star Palace's fleet could not quickly solve the problem of the descending of the secondary dimension. In the center of the battlefield, Ames was fighting fiercely with Traveler. Her powerful force field collided with the energy of evil convergence, creating strong aftershocks. Her force field Esper ability was good at defense and control, coupled with her flexible void talent. Although Traveler had the upper hand, he was unable to break through Ames' defense line quickly. However, Ames was not happy. The evil convergence area is his home ground. He has an endless supply of energy and can consume my energy without any worries. A prolonged battle is not good for me. Ames analyzed the situation in her mind. She had to admit that Traveler did have some skills. He would be able to join the upper echelons of the three universal civilizations. Although she had improved a little in the past 20 years, she was still not strong enough to fight such a strong enemy alone. Resistance is meaningless. Losing to me is only a matter of time. As the erosion of evil convergence deepened, Traveler's evil aura became stronger and stronger. Ames turned a deaf ear to him and focused on controlling her force field to deal with the purple and green energy tentacles everywhere. On the observation deck outside Black Star Palace, the officers all had solemn expressions. With the defensive measures of Black Star Palace, they were not worried about Traveler causing too much damage. However, Ames' situation was not optimistic. They kept ordering more fleets to join the battle. Ing was expressionless, but his heart was restless. Although the officers of the Black Star Corps did not let him fight, seeing Ames being at a disadvantage, he felt that his chance to perform had arrived. Right at this moment, a few spaceships with the Black Star Army's insignia appeared at the edge of his vision. Seeing this, Haluz said, "Let these transport ships go around the battlefield and come back." These few returning spaceships had already been reported internally. They were marked as transport ships. Everyone's attention was on the battlefield, so they did not pay much attention to them. They only glanced at these few transport ships before looking away. They continued to watch the battle between Ames and Traveler nervously. However, in the next moment, the radar suddenly rang with an alarm. "Alert! Alert! A beyond grade A energy source has been detected." What? Many of the officers present were shocked. They quickly looked at the radar and saw that the energy source was in the transport ships. Could it be an enemy? Everyone's expression changed, and they immediately became nervous. But before they could react, the next scene stunned all the officers present. One, the familiar death energy surged out from the transport ship like a tsunami. Hela's figure stepped on the waves and flew towards the Black Star Palace. Vice Legion Commander Hela, "Sister." Everyone was stunned, and Aurora was even more dumbfounded. "Aren't you supposed to be at the front line? Why are you here?" If not for her telepathy, Aurora would have thought that the person in front of her was a fake. However, the person who was the most confused was Traveler. When he turned around and saw this scene, his wild smile froze on his face. "What the F *CK, why is Hela here?" His mission was to distract Black Star and help the people attacking Hela restrain Black Star. But Hela had appeared here. Did that mean that the people at the front line were attacking thin air? Who am I supposed to restrain? He could not figure it out. In the end, he could only attribute it to Sorokin. Scammer. Unscrupulous seller. False information killed people. Since Hela had appeared here, there was no point in continuing the mission. He did not want to continue fighting with the Black Star Corps. Traveler made a quick decision. He immediately gave up on fighting and ran away. Ames would not let him leave just like that. She immediately switched from defense to offense. Hela glared at Traveler, but did not immediately join the battle. She remembered Han Zhao's order and quickly entered the observation deck. She did not bother with the confused officers and went straight to Yining. Put on this mechanical suit. Blackstar wants to see you. Yining was confused. There's no time to explain. Get in. Hela did not say anything and deactivated the king. The king immediately put on Ying's body. The next moment, the confused silver shadow disappeared from the spot without a trace. After doing this, Hela finally had time to breathe a sigh of relief. The officers immediately surrounded her. Why are you here? Where's His Excellency Blackstar? Hardaway asked. Once he mentioned this, Hela's heart ached. Her face darkened. The impression she gave to the officers was that she was cold and tough. Now that she showed such a sad expression, the officers were all shocked. They could not help but think of the worst possible scenario. Could it be that the Blackstar Corps captain was killed? Sister, Aurora noticed Hela's depressed mood. She could not help but pull her hand with a worried expression. I owe him too much. Hela closed her eyes and clenched her fists as if she was talking to herself. How am I supposed to pay you back for treating me like this? At this moment, Han Xiao left the devastated frontline stronghold with Yining. The cleaning of the battlefield was left to the players and other warriors. He did not waste any time and planned to find trouble with Garutin while the effects of the character summon card were still in effect. Hela was attacked, and the information was leaked by Garutin. Although Hela's ability was special, and she would have to go through this sooner or later, it did not mean that Han Xiao wanted to let go of Garutin, who caused this disaster. On the way to Garutin's territory, Han Xiao made his request to Yining. You want to use my body? Yining's face was filled with horror. He did not understand the effect of the king, and he did not dare ask. He was originally confused as to why he was brought over by Blackstar, but after hearing Han Zhao's words, Yining panicked. So you're this kind of Blackstar? You're actually after my body. Although that's what I meant, I feel like you've misunderstood something. Han Zhao's tone was helpless. I just want you to do me a favor. Treat it as a transaction in exchange for the right to use the evolution cube. You scared me to death. I thought you wanted to capture me and transform me into a special weapon like the Mecha Empire. Hearing this, Yining heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, that seems to make sense. Han Xiao coughed and changed the topic. Your body has a hidden characteristic. When you awaken it, you can turn yourself into a special universal treasure. I need you to transform. Help me with this. How do you know? Yining was curious. He did not even know about this. So how did an outsider know more about his body than him? Do you still remember the first time we met? When we sparred, I controlled your body and conducted a detailed inspection. At that time, I discovered that your body was hiding a secret. It might have mutated when you became a beyond grade. Han Xiao immediately began to use his talent of lying through his teeth. In fact, he had already poked Yining's interface and seen the skill that had become a universal treasure in Yining's skill list. However, normal characters did not have an interface and could not clearly know all the abilities they had like the players. Yining was in such a situation. He did not know that he had such a skill. Under such circumstances, as long as he guided him and made him realize this hidden skill, he might be able to use it directly. Okay, what should I do? Yining reluctantly accepted this explanation. Try to feel in this direction. Han Xiao did not have a specific method. In the past, Yining did not think in this direction. Now that he realized this point, he might be able to awaken it directly. It was like a person who had been working out for a long time. If he did not challenge himself, he would not know that he could do many difficult movements. Yining was skeptical, but he could only try it out. He maintained the idea of becoming a universal treasure and controlled his body to slowly change. His silver body quickly turned into a pool of liquid metal and kept changing shape, searching for the feeling. After a while, a subtle aura suddenly spread out. Yining took the initiative to climb onto Han Zhao's body. The silver liquid metal wrapped Han Zhao's entire body like a layer of paste, turning him into a silver human body. So I really have this ability. Yining was shocked by himself. Seeing this, Han Zhao's eyes lit up. He looked at the notification on the interface and smiled with satisfaction. I was right, wasn't I? You do have special potential. At this moment, the interface showed that Yining had already turned into a universal treasure-level equipment. He wore it and shared his amazing defense and speed. At the same time, he also shared many skills. As long as he rode Yining, he could use them. Furthermore, wearing Yining felt very comfortable. It was like sitting in a luxury car. The seats and interior made Han Zhao feel very comfortable. On the other side, Yining felt this novel feeling and secretly made a decision. He had to get closer to Black Star in the future. This guy could easily detect potential that even he did not realize. His eyesight was too terrifying. If he could get Black Star to help him uncover the mysteries of his body, his growth would definitely be much faster. Having unearthed his hidden potential, Yining was very happy. He did not reject lending his body to Han Zhao and letting him control it. The two of them worked together for a while, and Han Zhao gradually familiarized himself with the operation of this good car. He loved it very much. Let's go, let's go. Then, without another word, he started at 5th gear. Bang! Yining's acceleration ability was activated, and its speed seemed to increase endlessly. Han Zhao turned into a silver meteor and quickly disappeared into the universe. Somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, a teleportation gate quickly formed in space and spat out 3 figures. Phew, we finally made it out. Sagman's tense nerves finally relaxed. He looked in the direction of the battlefield with a complicated expression, and fear lingered in his heart. Speaking of which, Black Star's strength was too scary. It was as if he would be captured if he ran a little slower. Everyone could not help but feel lucky that Black Star was chasing after Radiance and not Ethereal. He turned around and exchanged glances with Taylor and Mercer. The 3 of them had the same expression in their eyes. That was close. We almost entered the palace a second time. Your Excellency Kasui is so wise to help Black Star deal with Radiance. Not only did you restrain Black Star and prevent him from chasing after us, but you also dealt a blow to Radiance's people. Although the mission failed, Your Excellency Kasui still made a contribution, Taylor said. Thinking of the tragic situation on Radiance's side, the 3 of them felt great and admired Kasui's decision even more. It's just that our Tolian has been captured by Black Star. He's also a problem. Sagman shook his head. That's nothing. He'll just suffer a little. When he's released, we'll have a common topic to talk about. Haha, that makes sense. Although they had lost a teammate, the 3 of them did not mind. The atmosphere was cheerful. On Radiance's side, the atmosphere was the complete opposite. It was filled with gloom. The multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device brought Radiance's fleet back to the territory. The high official, who had been waiting at the teleportation point to receive Hela, was stunned when he saw the tragic state of his troops. 6 beyond grade and only 2 of you returned? Hearing the high official's question, Sieren's expression was extremely ugly. If they fought head-on without considering the consequences, he was confident that he would be able to fight on par with Black Star in his explosive state. Unfortunately, pugilists were like a sharp knife. All their strength was concentrated in their bodies. Protecting his teammates was not something he was good at. Thinking of how they had lost so many beyond grade as under his leadership, and how they had been beaten to a pulp by Black Star, Sieren trembled in anger. This is an absolute humiliation. This time, the Mecha Empire is definitely going to laugh at us. The upper echelons will definitely think that my ability to lead is far inferior to the Mecha Empire, so I can only rely on Manison more. Right? There's also that bastard Kasui. If not for him, Radiance would not have suffered such a huge loss. Sieren clenched his teeth. Kasui, just you wait. The Mecha Empire will definitely find trouble with you. Near a certain Stargate station in the Emerald Star Cluster, a fleet was fighting with a mechanical army. The most eye-catching thing on the battlefield was a figure covered in dark brown pugilist flames. It was Beast Ancestor Garutan. His opponents were more than 10 apostle weapons under the Mecha Empire. They were all of different shapes and sizes, but they were extremely strong. Working together, they were able to fight Garutan back and forth. Ever since Garutan arrived to rescue the fleet, the two sides have been fighting for a long time. Mecha Empire, it's useless even if you stop me. Garutan spoke with a deep voice while fighting with the apostle weapons. Black Star's frontline stronghold was attacked. Hela might have already died in battle. Even if you don't let me destroy the Stargate station, the dynasty's reinforcements won't be able to make it in time. In such a situation, Hela will definitely die. He did not know the exact situation at the scene. His impression was still at the time when Sorokin reported that Hela was in a desperate situation. Destroying the surrounding Stargate stations was just icing on the cake. He still did not think that Hela had any chance of surviving this desperate situation. Manison ignored him. Only the apostle weapons continued to fight with Garutan. Are you going to let her go or not? Seeing that the Mecha Empire did not respond, Garutan became more and more furious. Manison still did not respond. You really won't give up. Just you wait. The news of Hela's death will arrive very soon. By then, you'll know that everything you're doing now is futile. Garutan was furious. Manison still did not respond. He only silently intercepted all the information sent to Garutan on the virtual level. It was not that no one told Garutan what had happened. It was just that he could not receive any information from the outside world. The virtual mechanics methods were undetectable. Garutan was completely in the dark. He was still immersed in the joy of successfully taking revenge. He only felt that his plan was working. Garutan was so angry at Manison's attitude of ignoring him that he gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly had an intuition. He turned his head and looked into the distance with a puzzled expression. A silver meteor suddenly entered their field of vision and approached them at an unbelievable speed. A strange sense of danger suddenly appeared in Garutan's mind. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.